Tuaka kewa'a. Good morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead and start our morning together. And as our elders are being brought up, Joe and I will go ahead and introduce ourselves as the hosts this morning. Anshawatki ayach achsayi glaykak einach ser dibdal yuchat duasak takwa nadi ka nimipu khatsati kakusatan yadi ayachat hinya kwandach ayachat zantaka hini khe yechat yati. Good morning, everybody. My Tlingit name is Anshawatki. My English name is Sarah Dibdal. I work for Tlingit and Haida and have the honor of co-hosting this morning with Joe. And just thank you all for being here and giving your time and energy as we come together over these next several days. Just being together before we start, the Hokalea goes on its journey. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Joe, who will introduce this part of our program.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning. So everyone has the agenda, and we're not worried about the time, but we are tracking, and we will have a full morning and lunch and evening activities, and this build up till Thursday is a big deal. But my Tlingit name is Kachaku. I'm a brown bear, a Tekwedi from Yakutat, child of the Kwashka Kwan. And as all of you learned long ago, and then those of us that are from here, and just it's the way it is, we know, you're either an eagle or a raven, generally, on your mother's side. So Sarah and I, for a lot of years, have been a team effort on a lot of these doings, because the reason why we're eagles and ravens is because there's always a balance in everything we do. So we're going to do our best. I'm an eagle. Sarah's a raven. And this morning, our grounding is giving me chills just even thinking about the grounding that we're going to have this morning with our culture bearers, our elders, our leaders. There's one who I'm not sure. I don't think he's going to make it. I heard, but and we'll think of Sugup Alfie. But if he does show up, we'll fold him into the stage if he does make it here. But this morning, we're going to hear from our Hawaiian Ohana first, and then our Macheni, our Haida, and then we're going to wrap up this session with our Auntie Florence Shakely. And I will probably do my bit with them as a package right now, and not each one individually, and just have them flow with each other here. But I've had the benefit of knowing these three for some time now, especially, Florence, and one of the reasons we held up till 9 o'clock. How many of you are parents right now? Like have kids, are parents? So quite a few. Okay. I've my two older ones, we just had to make sure they're doing summer school right now. I had to make sure they rolled out of bed and got into class, and they did confirm they're in class right now. And that's one of the other things I wanted to note, I guess. It is a busy time, as we know. There is one event happening today that really is, this room would be a lot more full, and we're not going to worry about that. But there's a culturally responsive schools conference happening at one of our schools right now. And that's a long time effort that Sealaska Heritage Institute has been putting on. A lot of our educators have been showing up there for years. So they're actually facilitating and presenting, and they have a full day. And I'm going to try to get most of them here for this evening, for the dinner this evening. So hopefully they'll all join us. But a lot of our Native educators are busy running a conference right now. It's a statewide conference out at the high school at Thunder Mountain. But I will hand it to Randy, and as I do, though, it's going to be Ma Chaney and then Florence. And we've had a crazy couple of years, because it made me think of just right the lead up to the pandemic. We were this close to having this event right before the pandemic. But it's all worked out the way it's meant to be. I think we're that much more prepared. We're that much more weathered, but we're that much more wise is what I'm hoping. You know, we're all a couple of years older, but we are so thankful because we got to know Ma Chaney, Aunt Florence, Uncle Randy. I'm just thinking of the switch to Zoom over the years that happened, but we are so much more powerful to be in the room because we've Zoomed with each of us for the last 2 years, but to be here in person really is powerful, and we are so thankful. And I'm gonna hand it to Randy and just ask Randy, if you don't mind, then to Ma Chaney, and then to Florence, and then we'll follow with the rest of the program. And Sarah and I are going to tag team. But it is definitely a good day to be Indigenous, a good day to be family together. And one phrase I heard, one word I heard, is it Kuleana, correct? Kuleana. So that one, you know, I've heard from multiple folks. So I'm putting that on the table because we all share the responsibility to carry this all forward, everything that we're bringing from our ancestors today. And this morning is just a gift. So it's a gift to all of us that you're here. So mahalo nui, and please welcome our uncle Randy Fong.
Ki aloha o kia kua me kākou Pākahia Pauloa. I'd like to ask our Hawaii delegation if you would stand and allow us to offer a blessing. That we extend to all of us this day. Inohi ka logo wa o kia kua ka logo no kia kua ka logo. Nui ki aloha o kia kua I ko ke au nei a uhawi mai oia I kana kiki hiwa I ole e make ka mea manao I oia ia. Nona ki ola mauloa. E pule ho o mai ka I kākou a laila I meni ho o nani a pule.
Salana, Sanang Itlakas, Atlan Katang, Kakantlas, Sam. Dang, Utalang, Kiltlagen. Gas die guy. Lagusta. Ga. Putnai. Stis. Han asan lagusta. Da u eat. An. Lagust. The song. Dan as Kiltlagen. How asanana. Yes.
Gwnest i da chaka. Ya ha chan tini o. Sa chwasi y ke. A chwn ke. Ya chi kawa ha ye han. Ya ke i chwt a chaspenis gati han. Pynach after y ke ya ke chatuti. If the men can remove their hats, and we'll all stand. I'll say a blessing for all the things that's going on today. Tsuyaigi kasito to ataksati. Yaye kaktasana at kwan hajin. Susiden hajit saha. Yayu katangkat. Kaya at kuwatini Hawaiians. As to inchanas te aksati. Iten has to inhang katid aksati. Stakatya hakaisyo tujne at katsu has to jun kasakatya. Akaisa si Hayaya kaktasana atya ushtin yajne at sikaden hajit saha aksati. Isakoti is society enough. Amen.
What a wonderful way to start our morning in centering ourselves and bringing in our ancestral ways, starting with our languages, our prayers, what's important to us, being together. At this time, we'd like to invite up Wathakirak and Connor, who will give a short welcome.
Sangaitwa Ufang, the day is getting good. Another Hala Gunischish, Janan, Mahalo to Florence, Stathkawas, and Uncle Randy for the lovely way of opening us up this morning. Just a few items that I'll draw your attention to for our day. It's going to be very, very full. As a reminder for those of you who signed up for the full afternoon sessions, if you're in one of those, you're going to be busy all afternoon. But if you're in session 2 or session 3 this afternoon, you'll get opportunity to participate in more than one workshop. For the full afternoon, we have right out these doors are going to be the salmon, deer, and seal harvesting. And I know they got a deer at least this morning. My husband was out at 4 a.m. Out there hunting for a deer. So we know we're going to at least have a deer this morning. He's still in his camo pants back there eating. And then this afternoon, you're also going to have the opportunity for those of you who signed up for the Gathering Plants and Medicine with my mom, Sandra Demert, over here. So who is saying, it was Ricky Tagaban yesterday. He's like, we should have a workshop called Meet My Mom. And it would just be Stath Kawas and my mom, Sandy, and you would just get to have coffee with them and talk with them. Yeah, right? Wouldn't that be fun? Okay, and then the afternoon sessions you see in the agenda. So there's going to be lots going on this afternoon. I did want to make one reminding announcement. As much as folks, as I know that DIA would love to host everyone they possibly could and have 5 catamarans out on the water, and giving everybody the opportunity to see their lovely homelands. Unfortunately, there's just one catamaran, and so it's going to be limited to our Pacific fam for tomorrow morning's catamaran ride. So just want to put that reminder out to folks so that they know that with limited space, and as much as I know that they'd love to host so many folks, that's not the reality for tomorrow. Okay, but other than that, we're going to, I'm going to turn it over to Connor to also give some welcoming remarks. And for folks who don't know, one of the other hats I wear, if you can't tell, I love hats. One of the other hats I wear is serving on the board of directors for Sea Alaska Corporation, and Connor is our youth board advisor.
Ganeshchish Wahagidak. Yeah, it's an amazing day. I'm so happy to see so many people here this morning. I can just tell that's going to be a great morning session, just being able to listen and learn from everyone. And especially this afternoon with those long sessions, I highly recommend, if you haven't been out on the lands, to go do the harvesting. That is some of the best medicine you can get, is being able to just walk out there and be amongst our land. So I just really have to encourage that if you're looking for something to do. But yeah, and I am the current board youth advisor for Sea Alaska. I'm Deki Nauk, which means little Haida. So I just love all the Haida people out there a lot. But yeah, so I hope everyone has a good morning and a good day, and look forward to seeing you all around.
In one moment, we will do a round of applause, but I'll tell you why. Wahlagidoc, about 12 years ago, was in Connor's position as the board youth advisor. There are 12 regional corporations across the state here. We're one of 12. We are the only regional corporation that has this board youth advisor position on our board. The others just, they're not willing to make that move. And I've literally had the debate with the other 11 chairs multiple times, because I convene meetings of the regional chairs every now and then. And the youth component, or the youth name, is a total misnomer. By definition, to be in the position, they've got to be 18. And I don't know where anywhere else in the world, you know, that you think of that as a youth. So we need to find a way to adjust the title for that position. Because we know that we have 18-year-olds, you know, doing a lot of things. And if you think of our own traditional times, 18 was totally arbitrary. And we expected a lot from our young people from the time that they can walk, that they were just us, a part of us. And as soon as they can take care of us, they need to take care of us. So for me, the exciting thing is just to witness our 12 or 13 or maybe 14 now almost board youth advisors that have been through that role, doing awesome things. They are all doing just incredible things. And Connor in his first year, he hasn't finished his first year yet, but he, with just sheer influence, because he doesn't have a full vote, he has an advisory vote, he amended the bylaws to our corporation. In a recent meeting, he got our bylaws amended, and what he did was double the size to create another position for another board youth advisor so they can have staggered terms and serve together to build in that mentorship component within the board youth advisor program. So just a round of applause for our youth. I'm going to invite Uncle Randy back to the stage here to help us properly introduce the next phase of our morning. So Randy's a master. We have master navigators, but Randy's a master on another level as far as everything he does. So I'm always amazed and taking notes mentally. So Randy Fong.
Mahalo, Joe. I'd like to introduce Mr. Neil Hannes, who's a very revered leader and servant of the Hawaiian people. And he's devoted so many of his, I guess, professional years and just his personal life really to seeing vibrancy in our community and on our lands. And so he is the most appropriate person, I think, to be able to set up our speaker this morning as the board chair of the Polynesian Voyaging Society and so much more. Please help me welcome Mr. Neil Hannes.
Mahalo, Randy. Aloha ke akua. Aloha e nā aumakua. Aloha e nā kupuna e alaka I mau kākou I ke alapono. Aloha e nā kupa o nei aina. Aloha e nā malahini o nei aina. Aloha mai kākou pakahia pau. We bid a fond and gracious and grateful greeting to our God, to our guardian spirits, to the elders who have walked into the forests, as well as those who walk among us today and guide us on that righteous path, to the natives of this land and to our visitors, malahini to this land. Aloha to one and all. O vai no Neil Kahokele Hannes, no kohala mai ho'okupuna, mai komoko ke ave, anai ulu au I ka malu o pu'u hulu, I ka aina nani kamahao o Ma'ili, o ka ala ka'u mauna, hu ha'aheo I ka ulua holo au. I'm Neil Kahokele Hannes. My ancestors come from Kohala on the island of Hawaii. I grew up in the shelter of Pu'uhulu on the leeward side of Oahu in the majesty of our Mauna Ka'ala. No ke au uli I luna I ka lewa I Hawaii no na Hawaii. That which dwells in the stratums of the cosmos. This is Hawaii. This is who we are. No ke kai uli I lalo ka moana. That which is submerged deeply in the ocean. This is Hawaii. This is who we are. No ka lepo uli uli I loko I ka aina. I Hawaii no na Hawaii. That which is embedded in the soil, enriched soil of our land. That is Hawaii. That is who we are. E kuina I luna, e kuina I lalo, e kuina I koka komau loko. I Hawaii no na Hawaii, e mau no. Affirmed, established, united in relationship and responsibility. This is the foundation of our existence. This is life perpetuated. This is who we are. This is who I am. Over the years, serving on the board of Polynesian Voyaging Society and as co-founder of the First Nations Futures Program, which has enrolled many Aquan and other brilliant leaders of Native tribes across all of Alaska, I've come to learn that you share this worldview, that these beliefs I've just articulated, this is about who we are as Hawaiians, are shared by our Native Alaskans. And therefore we are ohana with a collective responsibility to live in reciprocal relationship with the cosmos, with the oceans and with the land, because these enable our existence. Now, if the purpose of education is to prepare us to fulfill the responsibilities of life, then it is incumbent upon our educators to create interactions with these environments in order for them to, so we can, number one, recognize and appreciate what they do for us, that they enable our life. Understand what is needed to sustain their health and abundance, not just for our generation, but for generations to come. Hone the knowledge and skills needed for us to foster their vitality and inspire and illuminate opportunities to act. Framed in these terms, it should not be surprising. In fact, it is altogether fitting that education leadership might come from a wayfinder who has dedicated half a century of his life to being a student of traditional seafaring and navigation, to voyaging tens of thousands of miles around our planet in focused observations of environmental systems, and in heartwarming conversation, just as we are having today, with communities who are uplifted by the presence and the message of our Va'a and crew. To giving deep contemplation of what it will take to reverse the disturbing trends that are threatening and compromising life as we know it and jeopardizing the very existence of humankind. To giving voice to these urgent needs and moving citizens around the world on surfboards and in boardrooms to join a transformative movement. Nainoa Thompson is son of Pinky and Laura Thompson, is brother of Myron, Lita, and brother-in-law Bruce, is husband of Kathy, is father of Puana and Nainoa. He's a child of the ocean, mentored by Maupiailug. He's a past regent of the University of Hawaii and a past trustee of Kamehameha Schools. And he's the vanguard of an educational revolution that is rippling beyond the shores of Hawaii to Auckland and to those communities around the island Earth who would aloha aina. Please welcome to the stage our brother, Po Navigator Nainoa Thompson.
And not positive, but we might need the AV help.
No. Thank you, Mickey. Hello, my kako. You guys must be getting tired of me speaking to you all the time, so I promise this won't be a lecture. But rather, before I get started, I just want to introduce, because today, I believe our job is to connect. We will fail this voyage if we leave Juneau sometime by this weekend, if we're not sailing together. That a number of years ago, I asked some really smart juniors at Kamehameha schools to go figure out if you had to go vertical from the ocean high enough, where could you see the shorelines of Chile to China and from Antarctica to Alaska? Moana Nui Akea, the ocean of the great expanse. And then we asked, so they come back, they go, oh yeah, it's 28,000. I said, I just was on a plane that was going 35,000. I looked out the window and all I saw was water, no shorelines. They go, no, stupid. 28,000 miles above the earth, 1/4 the way to the moon, before you can see land in the great expanse. And we believe you are the northern anchor. You are the north wind. When you blow, we know it's coming from you. Today, we need to connect. You don't need a lecture. You need to meet people. You need to meet faces. They need to see you. They need to talk to you for a few minutes. Because what you have in the room is some of the top leadership in the area of education globally that are here to be with you, to connect, to learn, to grow. And what we ultimately are doing is growing the family of the Pacific, focused on the fundamental belief that we can bring goodness into the world if we change education. That brings in the voices of this people. It brings in their stories. It brings in their love of their land, their love of family. And so that's the goal today, is that I'm going to be calling each one of them up, and do know it's a tiny fraction of the partners that we've been building as a strategy. And Byron Malat would tell me, you want to do something that's just? You want to do something that better the world of your people and your place? Guess what? You got to do it by yourself, because nobody else is going to do it for you. And that's correct. But he would also say, if your goal is so grand and so big, you're going to find out you can't achieve it by yourself. That's where you need the relationships. And I humbly and respectfully ask you to choose if you'll be with us on the voyage as the northern anchor. I do want to make one recognition of a revered elder in Hawaii that landed at 1:30 this morning to be with you because he had too much business to do in Hawaii. He is a retired judge in Hawaii, and he just recently retired as the chairman of the board of the Queen Liliuokalani Trust. His fundamental job is to protect those kids that we serve the least, that our society doesn't find room for those who are sleeping on streets, for those who can't get through school. His job is to put roofs over kids and find them something to eat every day. And that epidemic's growing. But in his leadership, he's really renowned in Hawaii as one of our great navigators. Judge Thomas Kaulukukui. Okay, I got a few slides for you guys, just to bring into the room a tiny fraction of the last 48 years of voyaging. And you know, this is a really cool painting by Herb Kawainui Kane. Who is the dreamer? He, when none of us, I go to K-12 education, supposed to be a really good school, and I graduate having no idea who my ancestors are, where they came from, and how did they get there? We never even raised the question, you know, we're us Hawaiians, where did we come from? We had to come from someplace, because we are the single most isolated high island archipelago on the planet. If you choose to define isolation by the ocean And so we were taught, and from you, the ocean connects us. And this is about that connection. And Herb Kane was different than us. He went to our schools, but he took a different path. He took a path that would research. He would take a path that he would write as an author. But he was Hawaii's, in my opinion, greatest modern artist in sculpture and painting. And he wrestled with this issue about who are we? Why don't we call ourselves Tahitians? And so he was the one that was the dreamer for this image 2,000 years ago, first footprint on Hawaiian sand. 200 years ago, other strangers would come, and in 28 years, 75% of Native Hawaiians would be dead. In Maui, there are stories, not enough sand, we buried them standing up. It's the same story. It's the same story. 100 years ago, our population would be down to about 22,000, so only 1 out of 37 would survive. 26 years ago, our public school system would outlaw Hawaiian language and culture in the schools with the privilege of setting policies like that. The black road of extinction is being well paved for the culture and the traditions, the genealogy, the heritage of Native Hawaiians. The whole educational system was to make us like them. That meant you had to erase who we are. And Herb was the dreamer that would actually light the flame of connecting people throughout the whole Pacific because he had a dream. And it was a dream of justice. And then, you know, the Polynesian Voyage Society was formed by just a phone call between two people, Herb and an anthropologist. So many times we don't see the institutions making the change. It's people in the community saying, this is wrong. For our children not to know who we are, that's wrong. And we're going to change it. So us guys who are students of them understand how justice was met by the few, not the many, that would start the flame, that would grow into a much larger family. We're asking Alaskans to be the Northern Anchor. And today I want to make contributions to those in this audience that will come up for a few minutes to say how their role is in Moana Nui Akea. Next slide. Can you just press it? Like I'm really, yeah. I just go sailing. Yeah. 48 years ago, Herb made a promise to build a voyaging canoe. And it's in Auck Harbor today. Hokulea, Star of Gladness. This was a day when the day before her launching in March 8, 1975. And I was there just kind of hanging on the coattails of the top watermen in Hawaii who were selected for the voyage. I was really young and just kind of hung on to them. And it was interesting. This canoe was at the Sacred Beach at Kualoa, and our community was split. There were those who blindly loved this canoe and prayed for it, even though they had no idea what it represented fully. And then there was those in our larger society that would say, well, we don't care because it's Hawaiian, and Hawaiian has no value in the new future. And then there was those who feared this canoe. Because in its symbolism and its reality, if it's successful, it's going to change things. Next slide. That's me? Oh. You must bring this man in the room. He's not Polynesian like us, because we forgot too much. By the time Hokulea was launched, we had to go to the small islands in Micronesia. And there were masters still alive. And he's one of them. And some say he was the youngest when he was being asked as a master. And I wasn't there, but I hear the story that that our leadership, Herb, actually went to see him because he just happened by chance to be in Hawaii, teaching University of Hawaii scientists how to make traditional lures to catch tuna. And his name is Piailug, but we refer to him normally as Mao. Mao means to be fierce as a navigator. And the story that I heard was that Herb and them addressed him and said, would he come navigate a canoe that wasn't constructed yet, sail with a crew that wasn't selected yet, sail on a voyage 6 times longer than he's ever been, go across the equator and lose the powerful North Stars, the Northern Stars, and see Southern Stars he's never seen before, travel 8 times farther than any voyage he's ever made to go 2,400 miles. That's like going from here to New York City, open ocean, and find an island. If you're standing on the beach of Waikiki, if you look at the east side of the island, look at the west side of the island, and that island is less than 1 degree, and find it with the stars. Next slide. Next slide. Yep, Hawaii up in the north, Tahiti in the south. We call it Kaiki Nui. And next slide. Yeah. 17,000 Tahitians. Over half the population. Maintain their language, therefore they maintain their genealogy. Therefore, they have the orators that talked about in history. Sometime long time ago, there were voyaging canoes. Sometime long time ago, there were captains and leaders and great navigators, but they didn't have the canoe. When Hokulea arrived, whether we liked it or not, this was their canoe. And I do want to ask, the crew of 17, they were on board, only 4 are left. 3 are in the room. They flew up here to be with you of that first voyage. That supported Mao pulling Tahiti out of the sea. 0.5 degree, 2,400 miles. Look at the math. And will Billy Richards, Shorty Bellman, John Cruz, please stand up. Three of the 4 that are left with us. Next slide. Yeah, and then Piailug Mao, the other miracle besides landfall and changing the whole Pacific world was that he would come back for 25 years to Hawaii and train us. And all we needed to do was want to learn and ask questions. So before we start talking about anything about movement of justice and that, we are always reflecting back on the teachings of those who gave us everything. Inherently, what we got from there was their beliefs, it was their values, it was their promises, and to respect their work. I have to bring them in the room. But because of their work, we have 2 big promises to make. And Joe, thank you. We don't set goals. We just list down what is our kuleana, what is our responsibility. It's much more powerful because we are responsible for what happens to everything that our teachers gave us, and we boil it down to 2 kuleanas. One is you stop extinction. The way you do that is to sail. And the way you do that is to teach. Again, we have captains and navigators in here that are half my age. We have women navigators in this room that navigate thousands of miles. In fact, just so that you know, this is not the first voyage. We're starting a global circumnavigation of the Pacific here in Juneau, but last year, out of respect to our ancestors, Hokulea sailed down to Tahiti in April of last year. It sailed there to a place called Tapu Tapu Atea, which is the sacred school of navigation, the most powerful school in Polynesia, to ask one thing, permission. Permission to take Hokulea away for 47 months, 43,000 miles, 36 countries. And the elders there at Tapu Tapu Atea were supportive. Well, the question is, who takes it to Tapu Tapu Atea from Hawaii? Who would be on that canoe would symbolize our values? So you have an old over the hill navigator like me, that would do nothing. That would do nothing. What our elders needed to see was advancement. It was change. It was about promises. And one of our promises that we will not have a healthy world unless the world is just and it's equal, at least in respect to each other as people. And so we set off, took high risks. Senior guys would say, no, they're not ready to go. We sent a young crew. And a number of them never made a long distance voyage, but they trained hard in Hawaii. And we made the decision to be able to reflect a sense of courage by doing the right thing, by for the first time sending down a woman, a young woman, to Captain Hokulea on the road called Kealaikahiki to Tahiti, captain it and navigate it, with no senior navigator on board. So when the storm comes, you turn around, nobody's there. Job of the navigator is to find the way out of the storm. We'll deal with it. And trust. It was a voyage of faith where we were to trust the canoe. It knows the way. Trust the road of Kealaikahiki because it is the way. Trust nature because it'll show you the way. And constantly remember your teachers. When you are put on your knees and nature gets rough and things go black out there, trust your ancestors because they're with you. It's those things that we add up into this equation of trust that gets to the word of faith. Trust in the faith of all those that you've been given. And so I made it up last night, and I hate to bore you guys again, but just to give you an idea about this issue of stopping extinction, Mao was afraid. The reason why he trained us is because we wanted to learn, and the reason why it was important, because we could teach. And so I, for myself, feel that how do you know that your teaching's good enough to stop extinction? It's when 1980 Mao was on board, and I navigated. I'm not a navigator, but I bumped into a bunch of islands and we got there. But it took me 33 days to find Tahiti. Well, this young crew found it in 17, half the speed. It's my humble belief that your job's done when your students are better than you. Lehua Kamau, please stand. And Kailani Murphy, please stand. And with all the women captains, Kala Babayan, stand, please. For my Fanny, all of you, with the captains that have captained canoes in the Pacific over long journeys over 2,000 miles, please stand. There's 5 of you. Training women was not embraced by everyone. Sometimes Byron would stay. You're going to make choices that people aren't prepared for. And they're going to throw stones. All you need to do is be strong enough to know that in time they'll understand. Equity and equality is key. Moving on, next slide. Yeah. Now we turn here. Our optical telescopes can see 13.5 billion years into space. That's light speed, 186,000 miles per second. Our universe is big. It can find so many things, black holes. It can find even planets now. But you know what it can't find? Life. There is a correlation between life anywhere and water on its surface. What is so powerful, we went up to Hubbard Glacier and we're kind of hanging on to an iceberg. And I was thinking, wow. And then I saw the whole ceiling fall down at Malaspina. Just the whole ceiling came down with this beautiful soft rain. And I was thinking, you are in the epitome of water, the oceans, the ice, and then the gas of the atmosphere. This whole amazing relationship of water on the earth. And our fundamental opinion is that of all the miracle, the complexity, infinite complexity of life at earth, those living systems, they will not be healthy if the ocean's not healthy. If you kill the ocean, you kill us. Moana nui Akea. The second promise is a promise to the security and the well-being of our children's future. The way to do that is to protect the earth, but you can't do that unless you protect the oceans. That is our primary two promises: stop extinction and protect that future. So, next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so we're setting sail. In 2 days from now, we'll have the departure ceremony. If you have a chance, please come. And the bottom line is that we need you. We need your history, your story, your love of family, your love of place, your kindness, your genealogy of remembering family over the years. The world needs to hear those stories, because in those stories is part of the equation of change. But not all the world feels that way. Not all the world feels like their home is where they were raised, where they're born. And so we're asking you to come on the canoe, select few, to be with us, to grow. And ultimately, the simple thing we're trying to do today: make connections, grow the family of the oceans. And with that, I would like to stop. I said I wasn't going to lecture, but it sure sounds like one. I wanted to take some time for you to see faces, hear a few words of some of those key partners that are here to grow the family. Because sometimes when you're, like Byron saying, when you look at justice, nobody else is going to do it. You got to do it yourself. But in this case, to change how we have young people view their future, it's going to take much more than our small canoes. So in many ways, on 2 days from now, we're going to launch another canoe. And that's Wa'ahonua, the canoe for the earth, by the earth. The earth is a canoe traveling through space really fast. And so the reason why we want to launch this canoe, then what it tells us, it's not about just those who sail on our big voyaging canoes, but it could be anybody that has any contribution, any gift of goodness to the earth and to humanity is on the crew. And then, but much of this has to be, you have to create education, and we've made a commitment to globalize. See, in order to have the scale for impact, we have to globalize. Not easy, going to be hard, many challenges, but it's not an option. So, good friend of mine for years now, loves a canoe and is a crew member. He's the president of the University of Hawaii. He flew in at, I don't know, 1 o'clock in the morning or something this morning, but to be here with you, I'm going to ask him to come up. David Lasner.
Mahalo Nainoa. This has been such an honor to be part of this from the day Nainoa walked into my office the first time we met, and he had this really crazy notion of sailing around the world. And now to this, and during these past years, I've learned a lot about myself and my institution, Hawaii, and the world, I think. When Nainoa gave Mickey instructions on what I should say this morning. He talked about Kuleana, and I think that's really one of the keys for us. And as you were hearing about how institutions failed Hawaiians, no question, for 100 years. I'm now the head of one of those institutions, better than some, worse than some others. But I think we've embraced it now, at least with our words and with some of our actions. So I wanted to say two things. One is share a little bit about how the university and our Board of Regents, on which Nainoa served 20 or so years ago, is thinking about our Kuleana. It's a short vision statement. The University of Hawaii is the world's premier integrated higher education system, advancing the life for all the people of Hawaii, yada, yada, while modeling how institutions must embrace responsibilities to Indigenous people and place in the 21st century. That's adopted by the Board of Regents for the University of Hawaii, with a set of principles, including Hawaiian place of learning. This is the first of the principles. UH champions the principles of aloha, caring for people and place as we integrate Hawaiian language, culture, history, and values across the institution and its work. We have 4 imperatives, the actions we intend to take. The first of them, fulfill Kuleana to Hawaiians and Hawaii by modeling what it means to be an Indigenous serving and Indigenous centered institution. Native Hawaiians thrive, traditional Hawaiian values and knowledge are embraced, and UH scholarship and services advance all Hawaiians in Hawaii. So that's about 6 months old for us as an institution. We have a lot of work to do to figure out how to do it. And we need to do it with partners. So I participated in, I guess, about 3 pieces of the last voyage. And one of my commitments through this one is to try to make connections with the other higher education institutions. That's my colleagues and peers around the Pacific. So I'm delighted to be here and spend some time with colleagues from the University of Alaska, a system that looks something like ours. Yesterday, I was on a Zoom with the University of French Polynesia. That one, I think, will be a little more work. It's a pretty French institution. It's definitely not a Polynesian institution at this time. But a month or two ago, I was in the Marshall Islands and Northern Marianas and saw some of their voyaging projects. And I think there's a lot that we can do in partnership to fulfill our Kuleana. So mahalo for this opportunity to join you, and I look forward to connecting over the next couple of days.
I firmly believe the university is the most important school for navigators, in leadership training. The other one in Hawaii is, it's where our children are. It's in the public school system. And we've been working with the superintendent, and he has been just extraordinarily supportive, with getting getting the values of voyaging into every child in the public school system in Hawaii. And so he couldn't make it, but his the assistant, Camille Matsutomi, I think she's here. She came in at 1:30 in the morning too last night. Camille, will you please come up and just speak on behalf of Keith Hayashi, our superintendent in Hawaii? Thank you. Oh, I almost leave that.
Oh, no. Aloha, everyone. Camille Matsutomi from the Hawaii State Department of Education. Really honored to be here on this momentous occasion on behalf of Keith Hayashi, our state superintendent. The Department of Education has the privilege and responsibility to graduate 10,000 future leaders annually, who are globally competitive and locally committed. And in partnership with Nainoa and the Polynesian Voyaging Society, the DOE joins them in contributing to the 10 million navigators who are committed to and we are also committed to the education va'a. I was listening and thinking about what President Lasner said, and our state superintendent has just recently adopted a new strategic plan. So we have new hope and new vision for what our public education system can look like. And we really look forward today to learning from our Alaskan hosts, learning with all of you this week, and hoping to take back with us some of the things. So on behalf of the DOE, thank you very much for allowing us to join you on this journey. Mahalo.
We need to scale education. Inherently in there is our values and our beliefs. And you need to scale it so people hear it. Arizona State University this past spring just enrolled over 100,000 students. It is the single most largest enrollment of any single university in the world. And they did this through distance learning, digital, technological. Many of our students in Hawaii, they stay home, but they go to school in Arizona. He is special advisor and assistant to the president, Michael Crow. Michael Crow was saying that when the incoming students come, they go into their dreamscape, kind of animated world of the university, and the first thing they'll see is the voyaging canoe. And the need to scale is essential. Otherwise, we're kind of just talking to ourselves. And so, but there's much, much more that this individual has contributed. I've known him over 4 years. And he's a great friend, and he's loyal, and he's here because he needed to be. He's now the Dean of Education at Northwestern University. And he remains at Arizona State as that special advisor to make sure that the relationship at Arizona State and University stays strong. Brian Brayboy, Dr. Brian Brayboy. And he's probably the most written and published education scholar in the United States on Indigenous affairs.
Good morning. Aloha mai kako. My name is Brian Brayboy, and I am a member of the Lumbee tribe. I want to acknowledge that I am a visitor on these lands, and want to thank you all and offer a warmest koiana for allowing me to be with you. So, we've had the privilege at ASU of working really closely with the team at PVS, and one of the really important lessons that I think we've learned from Nainoa and from Lehua and from other navigators is that our understanding is that every day while they're out sailing, they make 5,000 observations, 500 choices, and 2 decisions. And those 2 decisions, all of it is really rooted in 2 fundamental questions as we understand it. Where are we and where do we want to be? And that for us at ASU really sets the course on the ways in which we're going to work with other educational partners and with Moana Nui Akea. Where we are is a planet that needs to be cared for. We need to malama it. And where do we need to be? We need to help build alliances of peoples and move toward Nainoa's and PVS's vision of preparing 10 million navigators by the end of their sail. These aren't all navigators who will be navigating canoes on open ocean. There'll be navigators who are helping lead and make decisions about where the planet is going to be. So what will we do to assist them really is to amplify the vision of the work that they are doing to work towards a better planet, a healthier planet to help in the process of, as we understand it, remembering. What we know for certain is that if the planet isn't healthy and we don't have, and it isn't well, then people can't be. And so we need a healthy planet in order to have healthy peoples. So in order for us to do that, we've got to really care for lands and waters and sky. So ASU is an institution that's rooted in the concept of equity. We are a public research institution who will be guided based not on whom we exclude, but rather on whom we include and how they succeed, advancing research and discovery toward a public good, and taking fundamental responsibility for the communities we serve. And one of those communities is Polynesian Voyaging Society. We want to help you in your work. We bring massive technological abilities to scale. We now have 190,000 degree-seeking students at ASU, and we touched 25 million students this past year in our online platforms. We have 72 Indigenous faculty who are working in concert with some of the goals and the efforts of what Polynesian Voyaging Society is going to do. We will bring all of those things to bear in this work, and we'll bring all of it to build on and try to help Polynesian Voyaging Society assert their vision and the work of Moana Nui Akea.
MIT has a very powerful ocean research education institution. And a former faculty member there. And also someone that has joined the crew. And so she brings those relationships to better understand and have some idea how we're going to predict tomorrow. Because the equation now today is for sure that the earth is hotter and stuff are changing. Then add possibly a severe El Nino in the next 2 years. The world is going to change. Science. We need science to be able to help us make those decisions. And imagine, Brian brought it up. I mean, when we were sailing in the beginning with Mao, I'll speak for myself. I didn't know anything. I didn't know what to look at. I didn't know how to sleep. I didn't know how to behave. I didn't know anything. So speaking for myself, All I could do is watch him. You only know where you are on the voyaging canoe by memorizing where you come from. There's nothing in the heavens that's going to give you some kind of coordinate system that tells you where you are. You get lost in the ocean. If the clouds go away, they clear. The stars are not going to tell you where you are. You only know where you are by memorizing where you left. It is hard. And you make, like Brian was saying, 5,000 observations, because the only thing you have is nature. Then you make 500 choices. I want to take that number. 500 choices for Mao would be to constantly balance the canoe. Trim your sails right. Move your weight. Let the canoe go by itself. Take the pressure off the canoe, constantly balancing the canoe. 500 choices, multiply that by 8 billion people on the earth. 4 trillion human choices a day. What if we can change that? What if we can just help humanity make better choices? Even 1%. So we follow Mao, and science is going to help us be able to get the information to make better choices. Former MIT faculty member in oceanography, Jenny Chow.
Mahalo, Nainoa. Aloha. My name is Dr. Jennifer Slozik Chow. Nainoa spoke very kindly of me. I was never a faculty member at MIT, but I did work at MIT as an education and outreach coordinator, and I was an undergraduate there at MIT. I am an oceanographer. I am an educator. I'm a project manager. I'm an event coordinator. I am a doer. We all wear many hats when we're trying to attempt this really important hard work ahead of us. And I left my work, which was a nonprofit that came out of our group at MIT, where I was working as a community organizer and a support to many researchers, climate activists, ocean conservationists, explorers, researchers in the Southern Hemisphere, trying to create ocean equity and access for all to be able to do research and understand their ocean backyard. And I left this work because I feel this is my calling. I know you have a beautiful tradition to be able to talk of your ancestors and your place. And for me, in my background, growing up in Connecticut as a Polish, German, Dutch, French, English person of descent who came here and to the US in colonial times, and I don't have that kind of grounding, but I do have the stories throughout my life, the connections I've made where I was born in Honolulu, the people I've met along the way, my sense of purpose to help the ocean and its health since I was 10. And so these are those things that ground me and call to me and allow me to know where I came from and where I need to go. I had the opportunity to be here in Alaska in the fall of 2019, working with National Geographic and MIT, doing some research from Juneau to Sitka. And there I had a beautiful and wonderful opportunity to meet Paulette Moreno, which some of you may know. She was recent president of the Alaska Native Sisters. And so this is a very special place to me. So to be able to start this journey to help with Mauna Nui Akea and PVS from this place with my PVS Ohana is the best way I could ever ask to start. It gives me that strength to do this hard work. So as Nainoa mentioned, I will be doing all I can to reach out to my scientific network, which is global, to help get information we need in order to better understand what might be out there as far as storms and conditions, sea state conditions for El Nino, as well as any kind of resource that we might need in order to understand ocean health and ocean resiliency. Ocean really is a solution to what we're facing. And I also look forward to working hand in hand with people in all the communities where PBS will be, where Hokulea will be stopping, to amplify the local navigators, the local people who are making those right decisions for our Vaha Honua. And I look forward to all these opportunities to connect with you and continue to connect with you over this 4-year voyage. Thank you. Mahalo.
You know, you can't protect what you don't understand. And you won't if you don't care. We need to have humanity care again. So in order to do that, you have to have the eye of the navigator on the canoe earth to be able to share with the world how privileged we are and how lucky we are if we take care. But man, I don't want to consider, what if we don't? I am the navigator on the earth. I believe that the institution that has the best vision and eye on the earth is National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association. It has the most monitoring of our lands, of our oceans, and space technology, because you cannot protect the earth unless you understand the earth systems. You have to understand the whole systems. And we're really, really fortunate to have an agreement with NOAA to work together in the next 4 years. 1, keep that canoe and those who sail them safe, but giving us the information on forecasting around the world. 2, access to their data, access to their visuals, access to their satellites. And then using technology, create a navigator's room someplace where students can real time see the earth and change any moment of the day because we have the technology. But we have the eye of the navigator. And the representative here is for the regional director of the Pacific. That is a force in bringing the institution of NOAA and Mauna Kea forward. And when we say 10 million navigators, think about the institutions, think about everyone, because anyone on Wa'ahonua on the earth can be a good navigator if they bring goodness. And NOAA brings vast amounts of possibilities and connections. I don't know if you graduated from Kamehameha School, but I know you're Hawaiian. That's good enough. Huakamaka, thank you.
Yes, I am a graduate. Aloha mai kako o wao no o Ke Haupua o Kalani Kamaka. No Waikane mai au. My name is Ke Haupua o Kalani Kamaka, and I come from Waikane on the island of Oahu. Before I go any further, I want to mahalo from the bottom of my heart the people whose land we are on today and who have taken us in and fed us and hosted us and shared song and dance with us.
It is truly an honor to be in this place. I am the Pacific Islands Regional Coordinator for NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I've been with NOAA for 20 years, but only in this role for 2. I'm the first coordinator of our region who's from the region and native Hawaiian. I told the interview panel that this is not a job for me, it's a kuleana. It's my responsibility to the people, to the resources which we manage, and to my ohana, because it's a reflection upon them. And it's my job now to really build and facilitate relationships within the organization and with our stakeholders and our communities, because that's where the work is done. That's where that trust comes from to enable us to do the work that we want to do. The essence of Moana Nui Akea is just that. So like Nainoa mentioned, NOAA's first and primary priority for this voyage is ensuring rapid and timely data and access to information related to the currents, tides, weather, and other NOAA products and services to ensure that Hokulea and her crew are able to plan and execute their journey safely. I was tracking that canoe from Honolulu every day, making sure she made it up to Yakutat and back home. And I was on edge every day, and so thankful to our National Weather Service for giving Nainoa and his team the data that they needed to get them there and back safely. Secondly, it's to support and coordinate with partners in their outreach initiatives as it relates to NOAA's mission of science, service, and stewardship. And lastly, to spark the interest of our youth to work and see themselves in positions in federal agencies like NOAA to manage the resources of our home. There's more of us in these agencies. When I started, I was the token. And now we have our lahui is growing. So Hamana of Kamehameha, please, if you have any questions about working in this institution of NOAA, please come and see me. Mahalo.
I know there's many out there, but just, we're gonna keep it as short as we can. Just 2 more that must have a chance to speak. Hokulea and her sister canoe, Hikeanalia, will be, Hikeanalia is not here because she's big. And we were concerned about the strain on communities with 2 big voyaging canoes. So she'll join us in Seattle, and then she'll be the safety boat. She'll be the escort boat. She'll be the medical boat. She'll be the education boat and the science canoe to keep Hokulea safe out there. Yeah, Gulf of Alaska, you pay respect or you die. And so we needed, yes, Noah, but I just a moment, just thank you to your pilots, to your fishermen, to your community members who have the local knowledge to make sure we get from one place to another, because we know enough about this place to know we know so little, and we know enough to get ourselves in real trouble. And so your teachings of us about how amazing your living system here has been an extraordinary tool for us. We've launched a 3rd canoe. Our 2 big voyaging canoes, they go on average about 5 miles an hour. We launched a 3rd canoe because we knew from the worldwide voyage that you have to be global. So how do you do that if you're just going to be in the so-called Pacific, Moana Nui Akea? We launched a 3rd canoe because it can be anywhere, anytime. It's a virtual canoe. It's a virtual education platform for platforms. Voices for voices. And it's like Hokulea and Hikeanalia is going 5 miles an hour, but imagine that you could be in Greenland and watching a scientist every single day, just watching the meltdown of our ice packs. And then in a nanosecond, you could be in the small islands of Micronesia, where children right now are writing poetry for their drowning islands. Because by the way, Iceland and Micronesia are actually connected. What happens in Iceland impacts Micronesia. This third canoe allows us in a nanosecond to go from one place to another, one story to another. The more stories we can carry from more people on the earth, the more powerful the impact's going to be. And she comes from the Nao Kupuna Foundation. She is a Kamehameha Schools graduate. And a very, very dear friend, her and Carrie and her husband and their children here. And so I'm going to ask, great honor to bring up Lindsay Alu, that we would see as the navigator of the third canoe.
Aloha mai kākou. I'm Lindsay Lee Olaniki'ikina Alu. I'm from Mililani, Oahu originally. I am daughter of Connie and Warren Nakapuna Alu, who passed away unexpectedly in 2015 and for whom our foundation is named. Nakapuna Foundation is not a leader in education, so you might be wondering why we are here. We are a Native Hawaiian organization, not dissimilar from our gracious hosts at dinner last night, Gold Belt, and other Alaska Native corporations like Sea Alaska. And much like our ancestral connections, where Alaskans are our older ancestors in our ancestral lineage, ANCs are the older siblings to NHOs in this business program that we participate in together. But one thing that we share is an understanding that the values that can drive our business decisions can come from our ancestors, our kupuna. And the most important of those perhaps is service to our communities. And for us, it's our Native Hawaiian community. We are humbled to be partners with the Polynesian Voyaging Society, helping to bring forward the vision of Wa'ahonua. We refer to Wa'ahonua a variety of ways. There is the virtual canoe component, a digital canoe that can inspire students in parts of the world where Hokulea and Hikianalia physically cannot sail. More broadly, and as Nainoa just said, an educational platform of platforms that can help preserve the indigenous navigation and voyaging knowledge of our kupuna. We refer to it figuratively as a vessel for carrying the values inherited from our ancestors and the stories that connect us, strengthen our identity, and uplift voices across Moana Nui Akea. Perhaps just as importantly, it is a place for learners and seekers of all ages to come when they are answering the call of our ancestors to Malama Honua. Perhaps these are learners who are trying to navigate their own course through uncertain times and know that we must make good choices and need guidance to figure out how to do that. Maybe they are already people within our communities, the teachers, parents, leaders, and children in their charge, or maybe they are navigators in search of a community. But we are all brought together on Wa'ahonua. I'm in deep gratitude for the connections and discussions this week with you, our Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian Ohana. There is so much that we can learn from you. Mahalo nui loa for allowing Nakapuna to be part of this journey. And thank you, Nainoa.
Okay, I promise it's the last one. But it's the one that's always with us. Yeah. When Hokulea was launched on March 8, 1975, Kamehameha was there. The first publication, Voyaging, was written by Kamehameha Publishing. every significant trip that we go to, Dr. Randy Fong brings the most important gift to someone's community. It's the children of Hawaii. Interesting that there's an organization that gets together that brings 31 Pacific Island nations together every 4 years, and up until 1988, Hokulea was never Hawaii was never invited. The South Pacific believed that the Hawaiians sold their culture to tourism, therefore they have nothing to offer. Why bring them? Kamehameha in its travels through the Pacific has changed that identity. Kamehameha, through Randy Fong's leadership, has really brought so much dignity and honor to our people, and without them, we couldn't even be here to be able to do what we're doing today. You've met Randy a number of times. He's certainly one of Hawaii's great navigators. But I'm gonna just skip by him and save him so you don't have to come up here again, and focus on the education piece. Kamehameha is with us all the way. There's no separation between Hokulea and Kamehameha. It's the same canoe. But I'm gonna bring up one special visionary, good friend of mine. He just landed at 1:30 this morning too, so I think we just told him he's got to come up and speak, but kind of too bad, because his voice is important. He's the headmaster of the engine of education, Kabalama campus. His vision has committed to the Kuleana and making sure navigation and voyaging never goes extinct, and it's globalized. Kamehameha has the same kinds of capacity that ASU has, or the University of Hawaii has. It can reach anywhere on the earth, and they committed to that. Think about how dangerous that is if the wrong story goes out to misrepresent someone in their culture and pays disrespect. So that kuleana is massive. So we agree to the commitment of the kuleana, and we know it's going to be hard and it's dangerous. With Kamehameha, we know that one thing that is cornerstone to them is integrity of their people and their place. Taryn Chun would commit to stopping extinction and protecting the future of our children by committing that powerful campus and its capacity to be global, have K-12 voyaging as a pillar of education that is at the heart of what Kamehameha Schools is offering to our people. And it's called OEV leadership of Native Hawaiians. Take back their oceans, protect their ancestors, get an education, change the world, being grounded firmly of knowing who they are, where they come from, and why should they be proud. Taryn Chun is a navigator, and I have both a lot of aloha and a lot of gratitude for his courage, and please, Taryn.
You know, they usually say you save the best for last. And if that's true, that I'm the last one to speak, and I know I'm sorry to disappoint you all. Aloha kakahiaka kako, aloha. Ovau o kauka Taryn Chun. I'm Dr. Taryn Chun no Wahiwa Uka Oahu, Hawaii Mayau. I am from the town of Wahiwa on the island of Oahu, beautiful Hawaii Islands. And as Nainoa graciously mentioned, I am the po'okula or headmaster of the Kamehameha Schools. Both of my grandmothers are Native Hawaiians. On my Makuahine side, on my mother's side, My tutu lady is from Nanakuli, Oahu. On my Makuakane side, on my father's side, my tutu lady is from Honolulu on Hawaii Island. But both of my Tutukane are not from Hawaii. On my Makuakane side, on my father's side, he's from another part of the Pacific. My grandpa Hingfi-chan came to the Hawaiian Islands from the province of Canton, China. And on my Makuahine side, my tutu man came from a different part of the Pacific, from the Philippines. And both of them came to Hawaii and married Native Hawaiians. It is an honor to join you today. I do want to add my deep mahalo to the Tlingit and Haida elders, to your kupuna, your teachers, your alakai, your leaders, and your po'e, your people, for the way you have graciously welcomed all of us. This aina, this land feels sacred, and I know that it's sacred to you. We look like family. It feels like family, the way that you've welcomed us. And indeed, the Pacific does connect us, doesn't it? This theme of connection that Nainoa referenced is so powerful, and we feel a connection to you. I do want to share that my wife is Dene. She's Navajo. And when I listen to you speak your native tongue here, I can hear my wife's language embedded in to say good morning in Navajo. In the Dene language, you say Ya'at e abina. And so I don't know, I hear your language. I'm like, wow, I wonder if there's a connection from the Haida and Tlingit people to the Dene people of Arizona, New Mexico. The Kamehameha schools, Kamehameha. When we talk about connection and the similarities of our culture, I wonder if there's a figure like this in your history. We revere King Kamehameha because he was the first chief to unite the Hawaiian Islands. I don't know if the Haida and Tlingit people were like this, but our kupuna and ancestors, I don't know if they were war-loving, but they sure fought a lot. Yeah? Our kupuna, our ancestors fought a lot. And Kamehameha envisioned a lahui, a nation of people that could prosper if they could just be united. Yeah, his vision for a brighter future for the Hawaiian people was a united people. And interestingly enough, that's why he went out to unify the islands. He conquered them to unite them. And what's beautiful about Kamehameha's life is that each island that he went to and he conquered, he stayed there for a while. He taught the people how to cultivate the land and to sustain themselves. And that's why as he conquered each island and dwelt among the people and served them and lived among them, his reputation and the respect and love that the people of Hawaii had for him grew and grew because he served. And Kamehameha taught us that to lead is to serve. He taught the people how to be self-sustaining, how to take care of themselves. And they saw that true aloha spirit embodied by Kamehameha. The Kamehameha schools that holds his name today was established by his great-granddaughter, our princess, Keali'i Bernice Pauahi Bishop. She lived at a time during great decimation for the Native Hawaiian people. Yeah, and we're all familiar with that. At the conclusion of her life, she saw that she would soon pass away. She died of cancer, breast cancer, I believe. And so she thought about her people and what she could do, what gift could she leave for her people? Yeah. Because of her ancestry, a lot of the lands of Hawaii came into her kuleana or possession. She could have taken her lands and, like her sister queens, created hospitals to help with the health of her people. Yeah, because they were dying, as Nainoa said, not by the tens or the hundreds, but by the thousands. Yeah. She could have created wealth for her people. Take the land, take my resources, use it to generate wealth for the people of Hawaii who are poor and destitute. She didn't choose either path. We mahalo ke akua today that Princess Bernice Pauahi's vision for a brighter future for her people was the pathway of education. And so in her will, she said, create a school, one for boys and one for girls. Name it after my great-grandfather, Kamehameha, and provide for my future keiki children an education that will help them to live their dreams and take Hawaii to a brighter future. And that's why the Kamehameha schools exist today. We serve Native Hawaiian children, and we strive to give them an education that will help them not only to live their dreams, but we tell them your kuleana, your responsibility when you're living your dreams is to care for your ohana, your family first, because that's Hawaiian. And I'm sure that's Tlingit and Haida too, right? You take care of your family first. Secondly, the communities that you live in, whether in Hawaii nei or throughout the world, make them better. That's Hawaiian. Yeah. Third, uplift your lahui. Uplift your people, the Hawaiian people. Yeah. And fourth, lastly, care for the honua. Care for island earth, care for Mother Earth from which we depend. And so that is why the Kamehameha schools exist today to provide that education. I'll end by sharing with you how we've evolved. Yeah, it wasn't so long ago that at Kamehameha schools, you could not dance hula and you could not speak the Hawaiian language. That's a part of our history, right? In our recent past, we thought that in order to get ahead and to advance, you had to leave your culture behind and climb that academic ladder of education. Yeah, I experienced a little bit of that as a student at Kamehameha schools. The feeling that I had 30 years ago was to be successful, I had to go away, go to college, right? Climb that hierarchy of success and kind of leave my culture and leave my people behind to do that. Yeah. We understand why that mindset may have been adopted. Yeah, that curriculum was infused into the thinking of our people. Today, I'm proud to say that we stand on the shoulders of our kupuna. We value the ike or the knowledge of our ancestors and our elders. Our students today, whom you've seen perform and sing and dance and olelo or speak to all of you, they are a part of an education system today that tells them you are descendants of greatness. Your kupuna had the answers and have the answers to the challenges that the world is facing today. So embrace who you are as Native Hawaiians, because it is that ancestral knowledge that will take you far, in life and help create a better world for everyone. On behalf of the Kamehameha schools, we are so humbled and proud to be a part of Hokulea and her story and her history. You know, so interesting. We look at these master navigators, these captains, these amazing leaders that are taking Hokulea throughout the world. And to me and to us, these are inspiring leaders. You know, if I can give it a Western analogy, to me, they're like movie stars to us. They're like rock stars. They don't even know this, but whenever I'm around them, I'm like, oh man, I like, you know, and I don't like ask them for their autograph, but that would be weird, but still, that's how much respect we have for the knowledge that they have. I love what Nainoa said. You know, the success of the kumu or the teacher is that the haumana or the student is excelling beyond what they've done. It's probably my cue. That was probably my cue that I was talking too long. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here on behalf of the Kamehameha schools.
Yikes. Thank you to all of you for giving us so much time. But I really believe it's important that you see faces, hear voices. It's the genesis and the beginning of connections that will make this not an event, but a beginning of an extraordinary voyage of people around the world. I'll just end that, we do these things and I have a good sense about how dangerous it is. 47,000 miles. Going into some really, this will be statistically the most dangerous voyage ever. Why would you do that? Because you got to. There's two choices we can make. One, we can go. Two, you can stay tied to the dock because you're afraid. What's more dangerous? Taking the voyage and trying to exercise your beliefs and your values, or get paralyzed with fear and with doubt and stay tied to the dock and do nothing. And then you must go sit down your children and said, we had a chance to do something good and we're too afraid to go. I will admit to you, this is not a statement of humility. I'm not a courageous person. Fear and doubt can envelop me. It can pull me down to my knees. It can paralyze me. One of the reasons why we need the Northern Anchor, you, because I met your leaders 33 years ago, Byron, Ernie, and Judson Brown, when he sensed that fear is grabbing me, he took me to his house and said, and I know you sit down. He says, don't worry, you're going to be okay. He said, when the north wind blows, he said, turn to the wind, face the wind, and know that we're with you. All the people here are with us. And when we're with you, we will keep you strong. We need the Northern Anchor. Thank you for your time.
I just want to say Gurnachish to each of you that came up and shared and spoke about all the different components that go into such a journey. And for those of us from Alaska, it's as we see our yaks coming back and we see our journeys coming back, this is knowledge and information that we need to hear. And so Gurnachish for sharing that with us and being here with us. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break as we prepare for our next panel. We need to do some adjusting up here, and then we'll move forward. So see you back in 5.
Hello, can we have folks go ahead and make your way back to your chairs? As we're getting reset here, you will notice if you're tracking the agenda, we're flipping the order a little bit. So thanks for your grace there for our navigators who are still in the audience. You're going to be after this session here. As we're transitioning, I want to go ahead and acknowledge the core partners that have been organizing this and hosting this and coordinating with Uncle Randy. We've got the First Alaskans Institute has been a partner that stepped up across the state to really help us make sure this comes together in a good way. Can you hear me in the back there? Folks in the back, go ahead and raise your hands if you can hear okay. We are going to have you reset here. We do have some important guests that are on the stage right now. So go ahead and find a chair. And so First Alaskans Institute, we do have at least one trustee. We know Laganai. Laganai, good morning, Laganai. Laganai is our president and CEO for First Alaskans Institute. But Sam Keto, stand up and wave, Sam. Sam is a trustee and a longtime friend of Byron. We've spent many hours together at Byron's house with Sam. Are there other First Alaskans trustees? I know there's going to be more coming in and out, and with Sea Alaska, we've met Barbara. Barbara here is one of our directors. Barbara Caldente Nelson, and Anthony Malott is here, our CEO. I heard Karen earlier. I don't know if Karen's here. Oh, Vicky's here. Vicky Sobolov is here. Sea Alaska directors, raise your hands if I'm missing anybody else. And out of kind of the three Alaska key partners, last but not least, Clinton Haida. Sarah is up here helping host this today. Sarah is a Clinton Haida employee, but we also had Delbert was here a minute ago, and Rob was here a minute ago. Are they still here? Delbert, Rob, executive counsel from Clinton Haida. Clinton Haida has been our host for the whole event here. Good to see you, Rob. Oh, Delbert, raise your hand, Delbert. Round of applause for Delbert. So thank you, navigators, for hanging tight. We're going to have you take over the stage here after we hear from our guests from across Wananuikea, the Pacific here. And our Uncle Randy is going to make the introduction and help manage this part of the program. So a big round of applause for Randy, and thank you, mahalo ganachish to our guests. We're looking forward to engaging and deepening, strengthening these relationships. I bumped into them. I will confess, I bumped into them on South Franklin a few nights ago, so we've got a good jump start on that relationship building. So goodness sheesh. But Uncle Randy, the floor is yours.
Mahalo, Joe. Mahalo, Anui. So I'm going to help introduce. We might be thinking, why Taiwan? And I wanted to take maybe just 5 or 7 minutes through some slides to present to you a story that connects all of the Pacific in some way, shape, or form to these people here who are guests today. And so I'm going to just check on technology to make sure we're good and we're up on screen, and then we'll begin. indigenous Taiwan. We make it a point to say indigenous because when you think Taiwan, you think Chinese, right? And you'd be right in that the Chinese influence has been really over the last 3 to 4 centuries. And we're aware of the unrest in this part of the world at this time, high consciousness. And we might not realize that it's just about 100 miles from mainland China. It's pretty close. But what we don't necessarily know about is that there's a thriving culture, a diverse and thriving culture on this island and in the general region for thousands of years. They are like the Alaska Natives. When we speak about your history, you talk in terms of millennia, right? We go decades and centuries, but you speak in terms of thousands of years, as do these people. They are Pacific Islanders who have similar values with indigenous people all over the world, of the environment, of ancestors, of family. And you'll see on the right-hand side, canoes. There's a strong canoe tradition. And actually, the origin of navigational sciences and voyaging technology from this region, of which we are the descendants. So we'll hear more information once we hear from our guests. But there are about 16 recognized tribes and languages which are different. They represent the oldest branches on this huge tree that we call Austronesian. That's a linguistic term. There's really no place called Austronesia. But all these people who speak this family of languages trace our homeland back to this region. Beautiful people, and we might see some of ourselves in them. This is my favorite map because it's like a net. It traces all of the related languages that are brought together under this term that we hear a lot, Austronesian. And you can see how it stretches all the way to Madagascar and all the way down to Rapa Nui, Aotearoa, up to Hawaii. But how did the language tree spread? Voyaging technology, navigational sciences. It created the most profound human dispersal across the face of the earth that even NASA recognizes this human achievement. So when we use the two lineages of language and voyaging, and we bring them together, we have what Nainoa often refers to as the language of the ocean. And that's why it's my favorite map to show where our family is from. It's a huge sweep of the Pacific expanse. It's not meant to be exclusive either, because there's connections everywhere. So up in the upper left-hand corner, you can see this language tree, and the oldest forms are termed Formosan. But you can see it goes into Malayo-Polynesian, Western, Malayo-Polynesian, all the way down into Polynesia. And we are, of course, a strong, cohesive community, Polynesians, and we're the youngest branches on the tree. And you can't see it very well here, but there's a little comparison across Taiwan, Cebuano, Javanese, all the way to Hawaiian. But it also reminds us that if you can think geographically, that to get from Taiwan and to disperse, you're hitting places that we now call Philippines, but are actually critical pit stops on this huge, amazing sweep of humanity moving. And again, as Nainoa would remind us, with purpose and precision on sea roads. It helps us to reconceive what the Pacific is. Makes you want to create a new kind of map, doesn't it? An indigenous worldview of the Pacific. And at some point, some brave, intelligent, native Taiwanese, 6,000 years ago perhaps, made that first voyage into those stepping stones, into the Philippines and to other areas, into Micronesia, out into the Southeast Island Asia. So our voyaging technology takes us through these freeways, these roads of on-ramps and off-ramps that are accessed during different times of year, and that are remembered in chants and stories. And you have your own highways and sea roads that take you from Sitka, to everywhere. And the result is this amazing, vibrant swath of humanity across the Pacific that are related. There's a little arrow on the lower end that kind of lets us know why would we stop? We probably did not. That technology, when it starts rolling and it's developing, people are moving for all kinds of reasons, and that there was clearly connections, pre-Columbian connections to the American continents. That's clear. So the Pacific Consortium, which was founded in 2018, these organizations, but many, many more, reached out. And we said, we want to connect to our Austronesian family. We don't know where to begin. And so we reached out to the National Taiwan University, to the anthropology department. And it was largely through our liaison, Helen Scott, that we were then introduced to professors who said, you have to meet these people in Kavinyanggan, in a place called Jiaping, in the area, I guess the city of Pingtung, down in southern Taiwan. Because there's amazing things happening in that village. So we signed some declarations over Zoom. We had we served ava, we drank ava, and they had their millet wine, and they played their ancestral flutes to call the ancestors into the room. And we did this through technology and had a spiritual ritual using technology. And so I'm just very deeply honored to introduce you to Princess Malovlov, who represents the leadership of the Kavinyanggan Taiwan tribe. And she will be also joined by Pina Betty, a tribal representative who's also an educational leader and working on his PhD at the moment. And Giligilao is a nose flute practitioner, and we're going to hear some of that offering today. Helen Scott, I think, is nearby. I wanted to thank you, Helen. Helen is our liaison, and why her story is interesting, I won't tell the full story, but she's a Kamehameha schools, was working in our finance department. Her two children went to Kamehameha, and then she traveled to Taiwan right when COVID hit. And then so she and her two boys had to stay in Taiwan, not planning to. And they ended up getting enrolled in a school there, an American school there. And their lives then were changed, but also enriched. And so they actually took Kamehameha boys who then ended up back in their motherland, because of COVID. And then the rest is history. We got connected with our partners. Thank you for your patience in my giving this introduction to our guests this morning. Please help me welcome our family from Kavinyanggan.
tiếng mà nó cả Thái Lan là với nhau una dan di mà lâu mali to shu imaza bachun taliao asa malalana kakudan nanitina kasalishian imaza man mali anti heron pamamaja naman na papatsun ta rewa kakudan na kasalishian ai nu vai kamam mà Thái Quan kaviang makemana mavu ta niamana ta alan ijada malalan shikakudan na kudana 很好kakudan nu ija nimuna sekarang magamu ma Taiwan ma kavian kepala mamaja pasun tanaman mali-mali.
Before Peter Petty starts, I was reminded to give a sense of the age in Taiwan history with respect to the rest of the Pacific. So we're talking about a civilization that was being settled at a time about 6,000. We're talking about 6,000 years ago. So that would be about the time of, if you can think about the first Egyptian pyramids, or the first organized Chinese emperor. We're talking about people who've been settling Taiwan 2,000 years prior, just to give you a sense of age in the Pacific. And so I wanted to make sure I give you that time context for their history. And again, we thank Pinapedi.
Devadavai. It's our language to say hello. Devadavai. I'm Binabadi from Gavian, Taiwan, in Taiwan. It's my honor to share with you our cultures and practices. And there are currently 16 official recognized indigenous tribes in Taiwan. Various other indigenous tribes in Taiwan continue to fight for recognition, including the Pempu tribe, which regretfully has lost its original languages and customs. And therefore, there is a need to linguistic and cultural revitalization. Our tribe, Taiwan, is located in the south and east of Taiwan with a population about 10,000. For the point of reference, the entire indigenous population in Taiwan is about 600,000. Our ancestors have traditionally inhabited in Gaviangan. Our territory used to be enormous, from the mountain all the way to the sea. Since the 1930s, the Taiwanese government relocated the indigenous peoples away from the mountains for ease of management. And that's when our village slipped into several villages. Here are some ancient pictures of our village. One story about the beginning of our village goes, a hunter settled in our village with his hunting dog when he found a flat area of land and abundance of water and pleasant weather, and our village was born. Another story about how our village started was from way back when there were no humans yet. The god of sun, called Daglaus in our language, saw a flat area at the bottom of the same mountain, and it looked like open palms. like hand open palms, the god of the sun, Tagalaos, decided to establish a village here named Gaviangan. And we can also see that many barns for storage of grains, such as millet or taros in this picture. And here are some pictures about the families of the current leadership. In the upper right picture are the grandparents of the chief leader. This picture is taken by 1920. And in the upper right picture are the uncles of the chief leader, the older brother carrying the young brother on the back. This picture is taken in 1935. And in the lower right picture is the mother of the current chief leader and also the princess mother, princess grandmother. This picture is the same person. The uncle of the current chief took the photo in the same location in our ancient tribe in the 1975 and in 2014. The slab stone houses are the unique cultural aspect of our tribe. Besides the columns and posts, every single part is made of slab stone, including the flooring. And there are clear carvings of the sun, snakes, and animal pictures on the leader's house as the red arrows pointed. There is a house of the chief leader in this picture. As you can see, every house has a barn next to it. And this is the ancient barn. And the left picture is the ancient barn, and the right picture is the barn that we rebuilt according to the memory of the elders 2 years ago. Next, I will describe our pottery culture to you. Besides the chief and their family in front of their house in this picture, you can see many potteries outside their home. Pottery is a precious tribal asset. It symbolizes life and the honor of receiving it. The more the potteries, the stronger the village must be. So Gaviangan, our tribe, has been one of the strongest villages of the Paiwan tribe. In those pictures, we can see that the storage of the pottery on the inside has many animal bones above the upper shelf. The animal bones symbolize the refined skills of the village hunters. Pottery is primarily for the worship with glass bean, like my necklace, glass beans, or devotion inside. It is an essential item at weddings or ceremonies. Our potteries are male or female or both. The male pottery has the snake symbol, just like the pottery on the picture. And the female pottery has the sun patterns, and the sun patterns is a noble symbol in our village. Or the pottery can have both symbols. Gaviangan become families with Kamehameha schools a few years back. According to our tradition, we broke a piece of the pottery for Kamehameha schools as a token of our family relationship. It's our tradition to break a piece of the pottery off when family is traveling afar. When the family member comes back to our village, we will watch the broken pottery piece to the pottery to confirm our family relationship. We will look forward to the day when Kamehameha schools comes to our village to match the broken piece to their pottery. Pottery also symbolizes life. We send such gift to highly respected families whom we have deep feelings or love for. And In return, we also keep the kiholo, the fish hook, the symbol of Ohana from Kamehameha schools with our ancestral spirit poem. And next, I'm going to introduce the culture of nose flute. The nose flute in Taiwan culture is unique in its double flute, and both nostrils are required when playing the music. It simulates the sounds of the snakes. Nose flute is used for nose flute is used for wedding, funerals, worship, and welcoming our guests. And there is no written tunes for nose flutes, and it is not an instrument to play with any songs. And player of the nose flute will play different melody each time, impromptu style. We also excited to have our gal to demonstrate the nose flute for you. Our village lost the nose flute playing ability at one time, but gal went to the neighboring village to pick it up. Now, so we have one of the few nose flute musician gal to play the nose for you. Mahalo, gal, for the beautiful tune. On this topic, it's in our tribal society, our princess belongs to the chief family, and I from the noble family, and gal happens to be a commoner. Such categorization does not mean social classes, but simple each person serves a different purpose or role for our village. To easily tell us apart, the chief family usually wear 3 feathers of the eagle, like the picture on the screen. In the middle is the chief leader of our village, and our princess is also in the picture too. So the chief leader wear 3 feathers of the eagle, and the noble people wear 1 or 2 feathers, while the commoners wear none. We believe that a snake turns into a noble eagle as it becomes old. So we have the same culture as eagle in Alaska. Traditional legend has it that the firstborns of the traditional leaders are the first to see sun, regardless of gender. The leader inherits all the assets in our village and all land. The younger brothers or sisters are his or her duties until marriage. All the land used to belong to the chief family, but is cultivated by the commoners. The harvest is turned to the chief family, who in turn encountered to those in need. Therefore, there is no such word as beggars in our dictionary of our culture. Although the time has changed, our chief is still beloved and cherished by us. And in turn, our chief leaders take care of our village, no matter what. The nobles, are the offsprings of the chief leaders, brothers and sisters, and each responsible of the different job, such as worship, sculpture, hunting, and beheading. Of course, back in the old days. And the commoner's job is to help the chief leader to manage the land. For example, guard the territories from invasion by other tribes, from the land for hunting, etc. About the Malay culture, we have Malay culture in Taiwan. According to our legend, Malay comes from the other side of the ocean. Such legends about the Malay tell us that Malay originates from outside of our tribe, but eventually becomes our main crop and staple. And besides serving our main staple, Malay also provides many linkages to our culture. For example, we burn the Malay stalks to connect our ancestral spirits. We will also do the ceremony in our launch day. And before the harvest festival starts, the elders also start burning the Malay stalks to inform our ancestors that we will begin the harvest and invite them to join us. So that's the man holding the millet stalk and burning the millet stalk, and through the smokes, we tell the ancestor that the festival is coming, just like the picture there. And we also use smoke for many other tasks. For example, when outsiders come into our village, they need to step across smoke, which expels any evil spirits from their bodies and receive ancestral spirits blessing. So we use smoke to connect our ancestors in many ways. This is another festival called 5-year festival. In every 5 years, the ancestral spirits come down from the holy mountain to tour each village throughout the tribal land, all the tribal land. We have the pact with our ancestors, so they will come down to the human world every 5 years from wherever they rest in peace. We burn the millet stalks to inform the ancestor spirits that we will prepare some goodies to worship them, and they will stick around for about 7 to 10 days to reunite and with these offsprings. In the ancient chief families, we believe that the ancient family is the origin of our tribe. Therefore, we carve our gods and our ancestors on the post inside the chief leader's home. And the commoner also have their ancestral spirits on the pole attached. At every 5-year fast, sunlight shines through a skyline in the roof to the ancestral spirit home. And in the 5-year festivals, we will hold a bamboo about 23 to 26 feet long in a circle, and to stab and spear the bamboo bow. Just like the picture we see around with a bamboo. And finally, we would like to invite our princess and Alaska friends and Nainoa and Randy to take part in our next tradition, drinking out of the joint cup we have double cup cultures. The joint cup are used for joy and formation of a relationship, such as tribal celebration. We will stand each side of the joint cup and drink of the cups at the same time. This will symbolize the Austronesians reunite. So let's welcome our Alaska friend, Nainoa and Randy.
Asyada lagay na manangaro. Hila!
We use the Paiwan joint cups and the Hawaiian coconut water and ava. That also symbolizes the Austronesians reunite. When we say ila in our language, we say ila, and you say woo. Can you practice again? Ila, woo. Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
Friends, Chish. At this time, we are going to take another quick break, and that's so everyone can go ahead and get lunch. And then we'll invite up our next panel that to share with us while we're eating and before we move into our breakout sessions. Oh, during lunch, Klinka and Haida will have some of their gear out there, swag, if anybody is interested. And that was the update I was supposed to give. So lunch is ready.
Jesus Sati Tsuyagi Kasitu to at Yakaktuk at Kwan Atun Kadensha you to the tank Ajit Saha. Kaya at ko tini Hawaiian Satsu Hasu Ilkan Sati. The Kataya Niku Ko Hasu Hasu Ilkan Sati. Ilkakoti is society. Amen.
Thank you.
We have sandwiches up here, and if we can ask that our
I guess I got my introduction already done. Just really quickly, it's kind of a normal thing with Alaskan women is that you get snagged by them and all of a sudden you're doing this. So you Hawaiians out there, be careful. So I'm going to call some Po navigators up. Yeah, especially the Haida. It gives me a chance to show off my Tlingit bling. And this is a new vest that a fellow from Yakutat sewed the vest, and my mother gifted me her beautiful beadwork that she gave me my birthday. So this is it. Ooh. All right, so I'm going to call up Tua Pittman, Stanley Conrad, Shorty Bertelman, Bruce Blankenfeld, Max Yaramai, Nainoa Thompson, and on the Alaskan side, Ralph Wolf and Uncle Wayne Price. So I know Hawaiians also snag people, and luckily enough, Nainoa Thompson snagged me years ago and offered me some very beautiful legs on Hokulea through the South Pacific and all the way back here at home. Yeah. We're waiting for Nainoa. It's not very unusual. Okay, he's on the interview. All right. So I guess this panel is a chance that we can look at the similarities between the Po navigators and our Alaskan navigators as well. Like I said, I spent a lot of time in Hawaii with the Ohana and Neo Valley with Bruce here, and the matriarch of the valley, her name was Auntie Laura Thompson, and she was a wonderful lady. And she asked me once, was why do you sail? You know, you don't have to. You can say no to Nainoa. And I really didn't have an answer at that time. I just thought about it, and this be one of the questions I want to kind of start with these guys is, why do you do what you do? Maybe I'll give you guys a second to start, and I'll start with Wayne, and we'll just kind of come down the line. And my answer was that, you know, if we're not sailing today, our kids won't be sailing tomorrow. So I got 3 little keikis back there, and hopefully all our generations will just keep on perpetuating this beautiful connection and cycle. But I'll give the mic to Uncle Wayne Price.
Goodness, geez, why do we do what we do? 10,000 years of history with dugout canoes on these waters is a very good start. I am captain of the North Tide Canoe Kwan canoe group We're based out of Chilkoot, Chilkat, and Haynes, and I'm proud owner of a 28-foot northern dugout, the Jibba dugout, and we have over 1,000 nautical miles on the inside waters of Southeast Alaska and the interior Yukon River and a few of the lakes by Testland. And, you know, we've been on the water for 10 years. And in that time, we've had the opportunity to introduce a lot of fresh faces to the chance to have an opportunity to ride in a dugout. In the first place, I'm a boat builder. And being a boat builder that never had a mentor, so to speak, that, you know, I look at the old photographs and I see the craftsmanship on a dugout canoe, and you can imagine 30 to 40 dugouts in front of every village. That's a lot of woodwork. And in all the photographs, none of them were done halfway. They were all immaculate, top-notch work. The quality was always, the standards were always kept very high. And even with all the chainsaws and all the, you know, the modern conveniences we have for building boats or moving wood, it's still really hard to match that quality of craftsmanship that was accomplished mostly with the elbow adze and a hook knife, you know. So but we try to emulate what was done long ago, and what makes those boats seaworthy and safe. You know, young people hop in the boat, you want to feel safe. And then we're going to go on a journey, and the big part of traveling on our journeys is the crew. And the crew are the power. If we're going to go anywhere, it's by taking care of my crew. And all the pullers have to be in pretty good health, and they have to be able to pull for 6 to 8 hours all day. And sometimes it goes against the tide and the currents and the winds, and you still have to be able to match and reach the campsite that you're heading to. And then during that time also, you're introduced to sailing, being this real simple square sprit sail in the dugout canoe, and learning the height of the sail, the size of the sails, how to open the sail, how to keep from opening the sail and falling into water. You know, the only way we could do it was go out in the bay and give it a go. And we've picked up a few lessons from trial and error on how to navigate the sail. But if we have the wind, you know, we put the sail up, there's just no better ride you could ever ask for than sailing on the open water. And our navigation inside waters is usually point to point. You know, we go from point A to point B. We're not a big ocean bunch. I think I'd give it a try, but there's a side of me that doesn't want to lose the sight of land. And deep admiration and respect for the navigators that do go out there. And it's a great honor to be part of this panel and bring what we do on the inside waters to the table of how we navigate from A to B. But the big thing is taking care of my crew, taking care of my pullers, because that's the motor. You're only go as fast as your slowest puller. And you have to take care of your crew. You have to feed them, give them water, make sure they get good rest. And another big part for navigation down the coast or up the coast is the currents and the tides. We sometimes have to get up 3, 4 in the morning to catch the tide. Tides in Southeast Alaska are 6 hours. And if you don't get to where you're going in 6 hours, you're going to be quickly paddling against the tide. And sometimes that's just like a river. It's like paddling up a river, and you still have to make it to that destination. And I have several stories of getting caught on the tide, paddling against the tide and the wind, and pulling my crew together to be able to make it to that beach so we could have a safe campsite and get off the weather and get them a good rest and stuff. So and that's what I know about traveling the inside waters and navigation. A little 28-foot dugout, and you take care of your crew, you keep them alive, and don't hit the earth. So, Ganesh Cheesh.
Hi, I'm Ralph Wolf, help captain the Yakutat Yak with my brother-in-law, Matt. And I think we're both there because Gloria told us to be there as part of it. However, being around Hokulea these last couple of weeks and with everything in life going on, I think I truly am connecting a bit more to what it really means to be on the water, right? We are a people of the water. We are a people of the land. But everything can be going crazy. And then as soon as I jump in the back of the yacht, there's two things we got to worry about: the safety of the crew and getting back. And it's that straightforward for me, is making sure we're looking at all these different aspects that you've been talking about today: tide, wind, current, attitude of crew, right? It's all about taking all of those into your approach as you're the one in charge in the back and making sure everyone's safe and everyone's working together in a one unified paddle. Not paddles, but one paddle together, right? That's what makes an efficient yacht. That's what makes an efficient team. And I think why I do what I do is very similar to the answer Joey gave, right? I see my sons in the crowd weaving with their auntie so that they can make a sail later for our yacht. But I think that's one of the big things, is because we got to keep doing it so they can keep doing it too, so they can teach their kids. Part of the mission for us is to make sure we have enough yachts to travel around and get this voyaging back up to what it used to be. These routes are still there. They just use motors now, but we need to bring these routes back into our management, into our culture. And it's been great to see it happening over these last decades, these last couple decades of traditional canoes coming back. We don't have a traditional canoe yet. We have one that has traditional lines, but it's made of fiberglass, and we love it. But I think we need to get to that next stage of having a dugout and maybe small kind Hawaiian one too. Put it out there. But I think that's why we do what we do, so these guys know what's up, so they can continue to navigate through these waters as we have since time immemorial, right? Before these buildings were here, before these roads were here, there was roads on the water that connected us, that shared all these resources we have throughout the region. I think it's a very important concept that we have to pass down. And that's why I do what I do.
Aloha, I'm Shorty Riddleman. I'm very honored to be here. I'm just so happy that I'm able to come here and actually meet the American Indians. Something to look forward to for a long time. And I was more than surprised to see how resilient you are through all. I've learned about your challenges and your all of the abuse and everything that happened to you, and to be able to come here and see where you are, it's enlightening to me. So I'm so glad to be here. I feel very fortunate, very blessed, in fact, to be introduced to voyaging way back in the mid 70s, where at the time there's no vision of what our canoes might have looked like in the past, and a lot of the history was kind of like mixed up, and to be able to witness my first look at Hokulea pulling into Kauai, where I live, was something that I will always treasure. I thought I heard about the canoe being built, so I thought maybe, it might be something old, like an artifact and everything, but the first look, it was brand new, and it was like alive and well. It was like living. I was lucky to be introduced to that whole thing from the dreamer. Naino talks about the dreamer, Herb Kane, and I got to talk to him in person. He invited me to come to the canoe. So this is where I've been ever since. It's how it started. Along the road of what we do and what we have done, in the past. For me, it's pretty simple. I got mentors that I really look up to. I've been able to be brought up in a disciplined family. I come from people that are also struggling like you, not only so much for the identity, but for all the other sides of life. And so when I got to voyaging, it kind of went hand in hand to what I was trying to do anyway. So what a blessing it is. Like, I'm very, very excited to be here, meet everybody. I guess one of my greatest mentors would be like my parents and my grandparents, and they were like staples, and till today they're gone, but they live in my heart and in my memories. And another person that has been very inspirational to all of us is a master, Maopiailud. And I was able to be the one to ask all those stupid questions, and just starting from zero, not knowing anything. But he took the time with us to help us understand different levels of the potentials of where we might go, where it might be. And so I'm very grateful for that. And also we live with values from our mentors, and that value system is very important. I can go through all the lists, what are the important ones for me, but I guess the most important one is is this the spirit of being united, the spirit of taking care of one another, which you do here. It's really awesome. and that we love one another, and what it is the gift of Allah. So that's pretty much what drives me every day. So thank you very much for inviting us here. Aloha.
My name is Max Yarwomai. I'm from an island called Whidere in the Uluthi Atoll, and it's in Yap State, Micronesia. I'm way on the west side, you know. So been listening these past 3 days and asking that same question, you know, why do we do what we do? Why we do what we do in my heart is because it's so much bigger than us. We need to band together as one to have our indigenous voice heard, because we're getting drowned through the Western ways, but all the answers are here in this room with us, I believe. So when I do these sales, I'm humbly want to say that I don't belong up here with all this great phone navigator. I'm nobody. I will never be a navigator because I sleep a lot. But when I get on that sacred ground, the canoe, Hokulea, I see that all my answers are there. And I just have to feel it. I have to feel it. I have to get away from the phones. So the first 3 days is challenging for me because I'm still having that Western thing in my head. You know, you got to be here at 6 o'clock, you got to do this meeting, do that. But after the 3 days, and I start listening to the canoe, the mother, our mother out there, that's when I really feel that I'm alive. You know, I'll have pains on land, backache, all that, but when I'm on the canoe, I don't have no pain. So that's my thing with this, is that we're so small in this modern world. And as if we keep sailing and believing, you know, finding our indigenous people in Taiwan, keep finding us. Because, you know, like just heard, we're like 600,000 of them there. If we could just keep adding on to our people, because you guys know that everything out there is bad for us, the food, you know, we're dying, you know, from where I come from, we have diabetes, we got strokes, we got, name it, we have it. And why? It's because we're eating the wrong food. So for me to leave home at 13 years old, thinking that the Western world is the answer, and I keep going. And in the 80s, this master navigator heard that I was in Hawaii, and he invited me when you guys came into Magic Island to come out to Nui Valley. That's when I changed. Because all this time, I want to send my kids to the best college in the world, do all this stuff. And to today, my 2 girls went to the best college in the US. I'm a gardener, I just do that. But that was my mission, my goal, was to get these kids to the best college ever. But what they told me afterward, they said, Dad, we wish you taught us our language. That kills me. That really kills me. Because I was so focused that it's the Western world that's gonna, you know, I have daughters, and again, I don't talk about this stuff, but as you guys teach me how to talk these past 3 days, we got to go back to introducing ourselves, who we are. I don't want to talk about myself, you know, but we need to do that, because it come to the point where the influence out there don't want us to talk about ourselves. They want to talk about themselves, you know. So I have a daughter who's a doctor at Straub Hospital in Honolulu. I have a daughter who's been trying to be my boy out in these canoes, you know. But I just wanted to say that the answer and why we sail is because we want to keep driving, keep discovering, keep, the more I reach other places, when we're in South Africa, we're in Galapagos, it's so enriching. And being here in the northern side of the hemisphere, I just feeling it every day. I feel the cold, I feel the chill. And again, I'm sleeping a lot because I want to feel it. I want to really feel that, I want to take it with me, but the canoe, the sacred ground, when we step on it, I feel like there's nothing we can't do. The people out in front of here, there's nothing we can't do because we have the spirit of all our ancestors on us. And that's why we sail. We sail to keep finding who we are.
I just want to say that he is a navigator. Every voyage I've been on with him, he's always found the island way before anybody even seen it. He's amazing. Aloha mai, my name is Bruce Blankenfeld. I'm from the island of Oahu. And, this whole idea, why do we sail? First of all, when Hokulea, like Shorty was saying, when it was built in the 70s, it was like some amazing concept from the past that would help us be able to define ourselves. And that was kind of in the absence of it all. There was really an absence. So anyway, we watched it being developed. Herb Kane created such unimaginable art that created in people's minds something that was like almost impossible. Who the heck navigates with stars alone, nature alone, over 2,000 miles? We know the ancestors did, but it was something that seemed unimaginable in our world. We were kind of educated somewhat into a limited viewpoint, I think. So this was like amazing. And then what happened was the canoe sailed to Tahiti, and it was like, wow, that was the most unimaginable thing, but so amazing. And everybody knew they would make it. Many thought they wouldn't. But the beauty is when they came home, they came home with so many stories. And to be able to sit around and listen to these stories was like, you would sit there for days if you could, and not eat, not drink, not do anything, not sleep, just listen to these stories. And they were fantastic. And the way they were told was like someone who just truly just discovered the treasure that he wanted to share with everybody. And so we listened to all this. It was like, whoa. And then the canoe, which was built for one voyage to sail to Tahiti and back in 1976, there were individuals that started talking about, hey, we're going to sail again, this and that. You want to come join us? And said, heck yeah. So we showed up, and that's all you got to do is show up. And we just started learning. And like Nainoa said so perfectly, we knew nothing. I could not even tie a knot. I could tie a knot. I could tie something that looked like a knot, but it probably wouldn't function. But we didn't know how to tie a knot. We were all surfers and canoe paddlers and fishermen and all of this. We loved the ocean, but we weren't sailors. We weren't voyagers. But we got on board. And then the next wonderful step was meeting the guys who had sailed from the first crew and being at sea with them, and how quietly patient they were with the whole process of teaching. And you really didn't realize at the time that, shucks, they were just learning themselves too, when you look back at it. Because when I look back at it, myself, even doing 1-2 voyages, you know a little, but you know enough to like kind of help the next guy. But it was like listening to stories and meeting people like Wally Froiseth, who was like larger than life in Hawaii. And, just meeting him and talking to him and listening to him, and he's treating you like a friend and a son. I mean, all this was just continual up to today. So coming here and being what we've been part of so far in Yaktat, Puna, Haynes, and then coming down here and listening to the stories, and knowing that those stories by the crews that have been sailing through here, once they get home, they're going to ripple through the communities. They're going to ripple through the schools. And that wave goes really far. And I think all of that is really part of why I continue. I mean, if they ask me, I'll go. I'll go on the canoe. I have fun. I enjoy it. But I enjoy the learning part and listening and meeting new people, learning about new cultures, the beauty of your cultures. And, we all share a common struggle. There was a wave that went across the world, across this planet, that didn't do right by the people of the land. But there's a wave coming back through the planet that is ours, that's coming back, and it's doing right by the ancestors and the children. So good to be part of that. Good to, and part of it in the larger context, good to be part of you guys and everything and learning from you guys. It's, I really think that everything that we do, like being with Wayne yesterday and at his place and just listening, there's so much little pearls of wisdom that we take home and we share. And I think all of that always blossoms into something greater and moves forward. So anyway, it's just been a great opportunity. I mean, I'm so glad that we have this younger generation that is so strong and smart, and they get on a canoe, they just charge, they're just hungry to take the paddle and just go set the sails. And that this canoe that was built for a 5,000-mile voyage is going to sail for the next 50 to 100 years. It's really awesome to see that. So thank you.
Kia ora. My name is Tua Pittman, and I come from the islands of the Cook Islands. Just to give you a bit of a background of who I am, my mother's mother is a child of Raiatea in Tahiti. My father's mother is from the iwi or the tribe of Tainui in Aotearoa. Both my grandfathers are Cook Islanders, which makes me a cocktail fruit salad Polynesian. I'm the younger brother of Nainoa Thompson. I am the son of Shorty and Clay Bertelman. I am the cousin of Bruce Blankenfeld, and I'm proud of it. And the question was, why do we sail? I sailed on Hokulea because of fear. I feared the ocean. As a child, I wasn't allowed to go to the ocean. Because when I was 7 years old, 7, 8 years old, my father and my grandfather went fishing one night and they never came back. So my mother and my grandmother would stop me and my brothers from ever going near the ocean unsupervised and not allowed to go beyond the reef. And this was a fear that we had right throughout our lifetime until Hokulea arrived. And when Hokulea arrived, I was one of those young people that would sit on the pier and watch the crew members at the time when the canoe sailed in from Tahiti. And I'd only heard of voyaging canoes through the songs and through the chants and through the legends of how powerful our Polynesian people were. And when this canoe arrived, I just couldn't believe that it sailed so many miles from Hawaii to be on my island. And, there was John Cruz, there was Pat Ayu, there was Billy Richards, there was Bruce Frankenfeld, and Nainoa Thompson. He didn't know me at the time because he would just walk straight by, never said hello or anything like that. Always too busy. But, and the canoe left and went to Aotearoa, New Zealand, and they took Stanley with them. And when it came back to American Samoa, they wanted a Cook Islander to come on board as a crew member. So Nainoa's father, Pinky, he called me up and he says, the crew are asking that you be a crew member on Hokulea. And without even a second thought, I said yes. And I hadn't even told my grandmother or my mother yet. I just said yes. And then eventually I had to face them. I said, I'm going to American Samoa, I'm going to get on Hokulea, and I'm going to sail back to the Cook Islands. And they both cried and they said, why are you doing that? I said, I need to do it for my family. I need to face my fear up front for my family so that we will never fear the ocean again. So I went. They gave me their blessing and I went. And that trip from American Samoa to the Cook Islands was, I'd never been to sea before. I was in love with the romance of being on a Polynesian voyaging canoe. And Nainoa turned up from Hawaii. We'd all been having beers as we do. And at 1 o'clock in the morning, he said, okay, let's go. I was going, what the hell? And we left. And we needed to jump out in front of a storm because originally the trip was going to be 32 days to get to Rarotonga because we're going to be tacking. But the winds shifted and we jumped out in front of a storm. 10 days later, we ended up in the island of Aitutaki. And that's taking advantage of the weather systems and the opportunity to go. And I got to the Cook Islands and I said I would never go back again because it was the roughest trip ever. I got sick. I was not comfortable. I was cold. I was wet. I'd never been to sea before in my life. And I got off in the Cooks and I said, that's it, I'm done. And then I got another call. Tour, we need you to come to Rangiroa and be on the final leg to Hawaii. And I said, yes. And I'm still here now, trying to say no. But so from having this fear of the ocean, it turned out that my life now, I spend 80% of my time at sea. When I'm not on a Polynesian voyaging canoe, I'm on a National Geographic Lindblad Expeditions ship. traveling the world, but at the same time, sharing the culture of who we are. So for me, the ocean is always going to be part of my life. But the new ocean that I have in my heart is the ability to come and meet the cultures of the places that I go to. I'm in Alaska now. I've had such a close connection with you people, and I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart that you're sharing your culture with us. I meet the people from Tawahi, from Taiwan. My heart pounds just to meet you because you are our origin. To see you here is a blessing. To hear the administration of Kamehameha schools, and for you and Uncle Randy and Auntie Jamie to just share your culture everywhere we go, it empowers me. To hear you sing the Hawaiian songs, and then you see me and you sing a Rarotongan song, and you see a Tahitian, you sing a Tahitian song. You keep us alive. And then the other day you gave the gift to the people of this nation, which is so powerful. So my ocean now is you. You keep me going. The more you embrace us, the more I want to go. The more I need to step on that ocean, step on the deck of a canoe, and teach as many of our young ones along the way. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share. Oh, Mr. Mallett at the back there, and your brother, your father, your mother, your children, and everyone you have around you. Thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, well, that concludes the kororoi. Nah, kia ora. Ko mamari rau ko tinana ngā waka, ko tawhitirai te maunga, ko te awa poka te awa, ko pārengarenga te moana, ko potai te marae, ko waimirirangi te whare tupuna, ko Stanley Conrad ahau. I just recited my whakapapa. My iwi a Ngāti Kuri, te Aupauri, te Rarawa, Ngāi Tokoto, Ngāti Kahu. Those are my tribes. Amazing. I just cited my whole tribes, all my tribes. And today, listening to all you guys, our whānau from here, listening to you fellas recite your fellas' tribes, we're all in the same waka. So ngā mihi atu kia koutou katoa. Yeah, I'm like this brother over here, you know, we're from the South Pacific. Anything that divides us from us in the North Pacific is this thing called the equator. The white man put the line through it, but we're all one nation. We all come from the one nation. So it's our home. Yeah, how did I get into what makes me voyage? I started my whole waka journey when I was 11 years old. My dad skippered one of our traditional canoes, our wakas in a place called the Bay of Islands in Pewhairagi, celebrating the treaty, the signing of the Treaty of Waitangi between the Queen and Māori. And we have this ancient traditional waka, which has a traditional name of our ancient wakas that arrived to Aotearoa, called Ngā Toki Matawhaurua. My dad was the captain on that 1974. I was 11 years old, and I was a young fella who, like all a young would do, jump in the canoe and just get in the way. And then till you get an opportunity to bail the canoe, and then you bail. And then from there, you get to pull the anchor. From there, you get to hold a paddle. And then you get to paddle the canoe. And then you become a paddler. And then, because our canoe, Ngā Toki Matawhaurua, is 127 feet long. It's broken into 3 sections, the ihu section, the middle section, and the back section. It's all lashed And then I had the opportunity to become a section leader in the front of the canoe. And then over time, grew up through every year and then became a captain of Ngātoki Matawhātua not long after my dad passed. So waka was sort of in me, especially my traditional waka. I never thought about the voyaging, never heard about the voyaging when I was at that age. But in 1983, my uncle Hector, Sir Hector Busby, brought this little tiny Hawaiian guy to our family home. And I'll never forget it. In my family was my dad, my mum, my older brothers, my sister. He brought this little Hawaiian guy down here, never knew who he was. And my uncle Hector says to my dad, this Hawaiian guy is looking for one of the boys to go on a waka ko Hokulea to sail from Rarotonga back to Aotearoa. So, you know, this little Hawaiian guy looking around, figuring out, saw the angriness on my dad, saw the angriness on my mum, and also my older brothers. And the thing about it, I come from a family of 13. And the worst thing about it, I was the youngest, you know, and you know, your mummy's boy, yeah? and your daddy's boy. So the last thing they want to do is say it, but I had no idea it was me. And I thought my brothers were going to be selected. And then at that time, I was having a bit of a dispute with my sister. Well, we're having a bit of a fight. And we were having it in the house. And then, of course, my brothers are there. This Hawaiian guy was looking at these older brothers. And burst out the door was my mum hitting me on the back with a broom. And I'm hitting my sister. And then Hector goes, there he is. And poor Hawaiian guy didn't know who it was. He goes, taking this little guy who's just like pummeling his sister, getting pummeled from his mum on a canoe. So anyway, that was me. That was my journey. When I arrived to Rarotonga back in 85, and I still didn't know. It was my first time on the plane, my first time overseas, my first time I left my mum and dad behind. But when I got to Rarotonga and I got introduced to Harry Ho and Jimmy Shizuro, yeah, when I saw that canoe, Hokulea, you know, young fellow would go, what the beep, 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 beep am I doing here? And what the beep am I going to sail on this thing that's going to go across the ocean? I wanted to turn around, jump on the plane and go back home, back to Aotearoa, and says, nah, I'm not going to go. And I was like, you know, I thought, well, when you get given that position, that opportunity to go sailing, and I thought, oh, well, I'll give it a go. And the thing about it, I come from a fishing background. I'm a commercial fisherman by trade, but I was brought up fishing around my area. So yeah, I was okay with looking at the land and fishing in the boat, in the harbor and stuff, but open ocean wasn't it was like, I was like Tua, afraid and scared and not knowing. So I did sail to Waitangi, and we did it, you know, I think 16 days, and went through all sorts of amazing events that happened on the voyage and stuff. Yeah, and I just thought the same as Tua. You know, that was it. My voyage was there, got a taste of that and enjoyed it. And then got called up to do a voyage, the home trip back from Rangiroa back to Hawaii, and then and that was the journey. 1985 to and it's been that amazing journey. You know, in those times when you were saying I was quite an arrogant, sort of smartish sort of fella. You know, had the big chip on the shoulders, and just thought I was just the man back then. But you know, when you get on Hoku and you do those voyages, oh man, it just takes it all away, and you really changes the way I saw things. And it took me back to the days when I was growing up in school and being taught about my ancestors arriving here by accident, and people of the storm and driftwood that landed on the shore, had nowhere to go and all that sort of thing. And that's what I was taught when I was growing up in school. And education wasn't my type of thing. I wanted to get out and work. But through Hoku and through those amazing, like Tua said, but these guys are my amazing brothers. They helped and they gave me that opportunity. And then through that, it's built, who I am, gave me the opportunity to be a leader. And when you grow up with your elders, you always think to yourself, your elders will never pass. And, now your elders are not there anymore. So you realize you got to have to step into those positions, but never to fill their shoes. You'll never, ever fill your elders' shoes. You just know you're on that time. You're in this position now, you'll become not quite an elder. I'm still a young fella. I still got lots of sailing under my belt, but you look at the future and you look at who's going to step in those shoes. And then, of course, we have the amazing ability to, with our voyaging wakas down in Aotearoa and our waka kaupapa that we run down there, that we have these amazing young captains, our women and our men captains, and training down navigators. And this is a pity my friend, my colleague, or my brother Jack Thatcher's not here. We work along really hard and supporting our future, our succession to our voyaging. And it just makes you proud that, back then it was just me and Hector that started the voyaging. And the other thing I think this is just like having that opportunity to honor those elders or those ancestors of mine that this sort of showed me the time, to honor them and what they've done. So it's great. It's great to be here. First time to Alaska. Be this far, like we always badger each other. There's a saying in the Cook Islanders. They ride down, they walk into the Cook Islands, and us we carried on. So we had this camaraderie between each other as they're the elders and we're the young ones. But I think I'm the elder and then he's the young one because they couldn't handle the cold going down there. So other than that, but it's great to be here. It's great to be part of it. First time to Alaska. It's been a dream to come. I've seen it on National Geographics, and I've seen it on Deadliest Catch. And so I thought in my life, I've seen it on the Yukon, man. Where else have I seen? All that sort of ice truckers, all those sort of things. So I always used to think, man, one day I want to get up there one day. And it's great to be here. The only thing I haven't seen is the North Star. So hopefully I'll get to see that. But kia ora anyway. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to call one other person up here. His name's Terry He. Oh, don't worry, I'm just joking. I wanted to get your heart pumping, Terry. Nainoa, did you want to come up and speak one more time? Do you have any voice left? Better be quick. My opu is getting tired being sucked in up here. Terry's still sweating.
Hey. I'll be right. Thanks. What are you talking about?
Oh, the crab. Yeah, down at that crab shack. I mean, Stanley and I were standing up because everybody else was sitting down. I said, why don't you sit down? Stand up, the food goes down. That's it. We did 2 buckets of the red crab boxes. But we're humbled and honored to be here because You know, when we started Hokulea, I was fortunate to work with Herb Conning. And the builders was Warren Seaman, Cal Coito, Tommy Heen, and this guy named Kurt Ashford. Kurt Ashford built up in Port Townsend like a 40, almost a 50-foot gaff rig schooner. And he sailed to Hawaii, wife and 2 children. We were parked in Sand Island when we were trying to put Hokulea back after it swamped off Kauai. This was like a year before the voyage. We were supposed to leave in 1976, May 1st, and we did, but prior to that, we had to fix the canoe because the canoe swamped off of Kauai and things were broken, short of funds. We ended up living down at this complex called Sand Island in 2 40-foot containers. So all these people that Kimo Hugo, the first crew chief, found, including myself, we were living in these containers and trying to get the canoe ready for this May 1st from Honolulu Bay, Maui. It was a hard time, but it was all together. We all didn't have much money. And then one day, Nainoa brought his fishing traps down there. He was repairing his traps because Nainoa at the time was fishing for redfish, all bottom fish, ended up selling it to the Chinese restaurant in Kapahulu. So, hey, we're fixing, I said, we didn't have any food. Our food was like when if Bill is here, he's probably back at the Motel 8, but our thing was make sure you had gasoline for the generator that carried the lights, and we had a TV inside there. Also, we had enough money to buy some Spaniata. And so then Nainoa was going, I can't do that. So Nainoa called his dad, talked to his dad. So after that, for about almost a month, this Kamehameha school van would come and we had lunch, well, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and it kept bringing this stuff down and we couldn't eat all of that. So Penny and Kiani would take all that food, accept it, and we went down to the end of Sand Island where the homeless, and we gave it to them. They were grateful. 1 month, just getting the best foods. With that, we put Hokulea back in the water. And it was kind of chaotic. We were loading it. All these families, all our families plus people come by and they were watching this whole, I call it a fiasco, because there's organized confusion. We got the crew, Nainoa them, went and brought the canoe to Honolulu Bay, Maui on the right time. And we left Honolulu Bay, Maui on May 1st at 12 noon. Since that time, haven't been speaking much, but I've been doing work on Hawaii's canoe. So every island in Hawaii has their own canoe. So from Hokulea being the mother, generated all these canoe interests around the Pacific and spreading this idea of Malama Honua. And that, I said yesterday, you have to take care of that ocean because you can't keep mucking this thing up. You only get one chance. How to relay the same message that we are all a collective have, how do you relay it to those other guys? That's a challenge. something to think about. Anyway, here's Nainoa. No, I was gonna call up Terry, but you'll have your ticker. Yeah, sure. Okay, okay.
I'm just certain you guys are sick and tired of me speaking, so, but you know, I'm cautious to share the story. But it is the truth. Voyaging is not easy. Now, let me tell you, we made enormous mistakes. We put everything at risk. John and Billy and Shorty, they supported Mao. They find Tahiti. Mao was supposed to come back on the return trip, but he didn't want to go back to Hawaii. Because what he saw in Hawaii was confusion, that people were so divided that they couldn't move forward. And that it's everything that went against leadership in his mind, that navigator make the call on the canoe, everybody followed them, even to your death. That was their respect for the ocean and for the roads is so intense that you don't divide, you unify. Family of the canoe is everything. And in Hawaii, all he saw was confusion. You know, the powering up the media and looking at all the dysfunction that was happening in Hawaii. He wanted to go in Hokulea, but he didn't want to go back to Hawaii. So in Tahiti, I never saw him. He was put in hiding and was put on air, New Zealand jet flown to Fiji, and there was a series of ships that took him back to this island called Satawa. And he left a tape for us guys and the return crew just saying, basically, you know, your people in Hawaii, they're too divided. And they don't act like they're supposed to on a canoe. And I'm going home, told Kimo Hugo, Kimo, send me my clothes, and nobody come look for me because you're not going to find me. This is Piailu, the master. We failed. Hawaii failed in unity. And so it was a long, tragic story in 1978, but I think it's important for this room to hear the names. We talk about Piailu and others. There's another name. He was a force of unity in Hawaii. Humble, quiet, powerful Hawaiian. And he would surf the world's biggest waves. And in fact, they still claim that the record for the biggest wave ever ridden without the assistance of jet skis to tow you into the wave. All you have is your hands to paddle. And 55 feet. These waves move fast. And you got to catch them. And then he was so good that he was the only certified lifeguard at Waimea Bay, North Shore, Oahu, wintertime. The only one certified. And the city and county records make you log every time you got to go out for a rescue as a lifeguard. And what I was told that there's a column for all the times you went out. And how many people did you rescue? And there was like 700. And then on the other side was how many did you lose? And the number was 0. And stories of Eddie towing 2 people in without jet skis. Waimea Bay, big giant shore break, just with its fins. drag them up, throw them on the ground and say, don't you ever come back to this beach again, because you're paying disrespect to the ocean. Don't you ever come back. Otherwise, they would have died. And, Eddie Aikau was also probably the most respected person in Hawaii. And what was so important about Eddie was our children need heroes, real heroes, not the kind that you see on Marvel and whatever that are entertainment heroes. These are real heroes. And Eddie was so deeply loved by everyone. And his role in Hawaii was to inspire young kids to be way better than they believe they can be. And then he wants to try out for Hokulea. How does like the top waterman on the planet even begin to try out? So he was like really quiet, but he was an intimidating boy. And so I remember we had to go to the Honolulu medical group and get inoculated. Then maybe check your pulse and see if you can go. And then we were in the 4th floor, and by chance, I had walked into, I just got finished my examination, walked into the elevator, and here comes Eddie, gets in the elevator, you know, heroic and intimidating. And I kind of went in the corner of the elevator, and I was there with him, but he wasn't with me. When that door closed, the 2 sides of the elevator door, I'll never forget this, was stainless steel. And they closed, and he was tapping the stainless steel. And he was really far away. And so when we got out to the lobby, he walks out. I stay in the elevator. I don't want to come out. And so he turns around and goes, you know, Nainoa, I need to sail Hokulea. I need to go down the road of my ancestors, because I know they're in the wake. And I need to go down and pull Tahiti out of the sea. And then he said, and then we'll take that story and we will give it to our elders so they can give it to our children. Bingo. That's why we sail. Make a long story short, we were not ready to go. We broke every rule because we didn't know. We left in bad weather. It turned to gale. And the island, between island Oahu and Molokai at midnight, gale force winds, 12, 15 feet high, and out of the north, cold. We flooded the downwind hull, and we call it stacking waves. I know you guys know what stacking waves are, because you have them when the current opposes the wind. And the stacking waves come, and the big waves are faster than small waves. And when it's a wrong moment to be in the wrong time, the big wave gets on top of the small wave. And it was so big that it took the whole canoe inside its hydraulic cycle and rolled the whole thing over. There was a big mistake in judgment. Back in when we left the Alawai Canal, there was a leadership spoke to our community there and said, you know, family members and well-wishers, people, strangers, that pray for you. And we made big mistakes. The other thing we made, it's not a mistake, but it was a leadership choice. Eddie had a surfboard. Went to the captain. Said, I want to surf Tahiti. Can I put it on Hokulea? That was a choice. So we're out there, 12 to 15 foot waves, and one hull is completely underwater. The other one's trapped air inside, which saved their lives, and it floated. Keel. 14 people on, waves knocking you off, and you're trying to figure out, wow, how many more waves can come to you cannot get back on? And the decision back in the beginning given to families at the departure was, Don't worry. We have a single sideband radio that we can communicate with you. We are not going to take an escort boat. It's a leadership choice. And don't worry, if we can't get a hold of you on the single sideband radio, we will call you from Tahiti in 30 days. Upside down, radio's flooded. Can't call anybody, but our communities are praying for us. I'll wait for 30 days. How many waves can you handle? Dawn comes up, and it was so windy that, 14 of you on this row, you can't even talk to the second person next to you. It's too windy. So we couldn't hear what was being said. Eddie is in front of the captain. And you can't hear him, but you know what he's asking. Let me go. Because everything in that soul of that man was to help save those who can't help themselves. It was so bad out there that we call it ehukai. Every time a wave turns and there's salt thrown in the air, it adds salt to the air. So there's a band of fog on the ocean, depending on how strong the wind is, that we call ehukai. The ehukai was so strong, you couldn't see the islands. Well, you could see the top of Kamaloa and Molokai and the top of Lanai Hale. We're probably 25 miles out. Couldn't see Oahu. And long story short, start counting the waves. And call you in 30 days. Leadership decisions. It's all about the decisions that we make. Everything's about that. Captain said, no, the golden rule is you never leave the ship. But north winds drifting south away from the Hawaiian Islands. We're now out of shipping lanes. Soon we're going to be out of aircraft visibility. Call you in 30 days. And about mid-morning, you see Eddie talking to the captain again. And you see someone tie. And by the way, I have permission to say the story by the family, because the family trusts Hokulea to make sure the story is about dignity, not about tragedy. And so you see someone wrap a black knitted bag around Eddie's waist. Someone put a bag of poi inside the net. Someone put some oranges in the net. Someone tie on a red life jacket. You see him jump on the surfboard. And everything was telling me this is a really bad idea. Because one thing I did know, you're not going to make it if the sun goes down. And Eddie has poor eyesight. So I swam with him and asked him, because how do you talk to him? He says, and just ask stupid questions like, you sure this is the right thing to do? And I had my hand on his elbow and he just pulled away. And then he paddled, you see him climb the wave. Then you see him go behind the back, you lose him, he climbed the wave. I'm just thinking, here's a man that is paddling to islands to save his friends, but those islands he can't see in the gale. We get rescued the next midnight. Miracle. We assumed that Eddie got help. How else would they know? How did the Coast Guard know? And it's a long story, but we land in the black tarmac of the South Ramp of Honolulu International Airport. There were hundreds of cars there. This was big news, and we get rescued. And I don't know anybody except a white van that was parked there, an old white van, Mama's van. It's the Aikau van. They were there. So I opened the sliding door, and there's Eddie's powerful father in the driver's seat, and there's Eddie's mother, a beautiful woman, in the back seat, and too young to own your words. I asked a stupid question, like, where's Eddie? And I will never forget, ever, for the rest of my life, the sound of what a mother does when she cries out for her son, lost at sea in the black of the night. She cried out and she wailed and she wailed. Then I knew Eddie didn't make it. So the most massive search and rescue take place. Coast Guard, of course. Civil Air Patrol, of course. Air Guard was falsifying flights and flying at 2,000 feet, which they're not supposed to do. People were renting boats and fishing boats were out there, and helicopters and aircraft. There were bands of people disorganized, searching all the shorelines in Hawaii. Because we lose Eddie, we lose ourselves. We lose the best of who we are, about being human. And nobody wanted that to happen. And you know what? The Coast Guard never stopped the search. They wouldn't do it. 48 hours, you're done. The search is over. They're expensive. You're in the cold, in the north, it's over. It might have been 7 days, 8 days, 10 days. I don't know what it was. Coast Guard never called it off. There was a press conference that the quiet man called, Eddie's father. They live in these homes in the Chinese graveyard, just north of Punch Bowl. They're the caretakers of the graveyard. You would look at them maybe from the outside, from Western points of view. These are poor people. Wrong. They're the wealthiest people I know because they're forgiving no matter what. Pop Saikal gets up, small little wooden table in their family house, small wooden house. He gets up, you see all the cameras and the recorders and pads and paper and hundreds of people. There was anger, there was rage. It was just overwhelming. And Pop Saikal gets up and just says to everybody, okay, Hawaii, you stop looking for my son. Let him be with the ocean. Stop looking for him because we're afraid somebody else is going to get hurt. That's the wealth of the Aikau family. It was the father that stopped the search of his own son and broke us. There were many that were hoping that Hokulea would be the light to advance Native Hawaiians to take ownership of their future. Hokulea was the beam and the light that just got extinguished. There was fear by many, even my father would say, dangerous time. That if Hokulea's tragedy becomes the definition of Hawaiian advancement, then we might have to wait how many generations so we can forget the story of Hokulea and start again. So he got us, guys who couldn't even look at each other, because there's a chronic disease with Native Hawaiians, at least in my generation, because I grew up with it. I felt it in schools. I felt it with our elders being like, step back, not good enough, with somebody else that's not Hawaiian. You felt it, and especially in the schools. And what it would translate to, you growing up in this kind of air of shame. Your air of shame. You're going to succeed less while everybody else succeeds more because you're Hawaiian. And my father, who fought for the rights of Native Hawaiian, knew that this cannot be the future for Hokulea. So he was the one that took us. I hid. I fished by myself a day. I look at the stars at night, and no more dreams of navigating. Those are broken, extinguished, drowned dreams. But they were my only friends because I couldn't look anybody else in the eye because I was too ashamed. My father came to me one night and just said, me and mom have been talking, and you need to go. You need to go to Tahiti. Honolulu. We'll be there when you leave, and we'll be there when you arrive. But you don't know how to do this. This is my point of what I'm trying to get. Where are your teachers? My father, my best teacher, my best navigator in my life. He was born in a poor Hawaiian family. But you know, back then, no more homeless. All children had something to eat. Because if there was kids that came out of youth correctional facilities that had no home, the Hawaiian family would hanai, they would bring them in. And so my father don't talk about his stories, but his older brother did. About, yeah, we'll come home and there's all these Hawaiian children in the living room. And we know that these are kids that we're going to take care of. There are your brothers and sisters. And my uncle said, yep, we watched my mom and dad drink water for dinner. And we know tomorrow we have to go pick guava for breakfast. And that was imprinted into my father. Those kids that needed the most, our society serves the least, and it's getting worse. It really had a huge impact on my father. And so when Pearl Harbor was bombed, he was a junior in high school playing a football in game on Maui. They thought the Japanese were going to invade, so they put the machine guns to the football players, put them on a beach to stop the invasion. My father comes back to Oahu, and his father tells him, hey, you go to war and fight for your dirt. If you make shame, no come home. He comes to me and says, you got to go to Tahiti. You don't know, where's your teachers? And he said, you got to go find Mao. I went to Micronesia. He let me find him. And all I'm saying is, what I want to get at is that he came back and changed the world a second time. As a teacher, we have such great value of the teachers. Coming to Alaska is an absolute privilege. Going down Wrangell Narrows, correct? There is no business for a canoe that doesn't have an engine that only uses the wind to go into that water when you don't know it. Your Gulf of Alaska, it's a pretty rough place. We came here knowing that we don't know enough to stay safe, but with the hope that you would teach us. So do know that we made many mistakes. We don't know enough. But what we do is we find our teachers. That's what we're good at, finding our teachers. So I hope by now, by bringing Aikau into the room and being a part of the family and the true story, that the learning was hard, man. It always is hard. But I think about Wrangell Narrows now, because we have the pilots. They're going to guide us. That is going to be such an extraordinary experience to see two tidal waves on two ends of the Wrangell Narrows come together in the middle. We'll be at the right time because they know how to do it, and will flush us out the other side. And to be an experience that very few people in the world will ever have. But we have the ability and the opportunity to take Wrangell, with your permission, and share it with the earth so children can be inspired about why is this earth something we should protect. So, yeah, thank you.
All right, we can have another round of applause for these guys, and they can take a seat. Also, really quickly, I was on the leg with they're still out there, some of the crew out there that we took the canoe down from Yakutat, Huna, Haynes, Juneau, and I know they learned something. And can I get a hoo-ha? 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 Wee!
So I'm holding them captive just for 3 more minutes as we close. I think it'll just be more efficient. For a moment there, as folks that have the tides here, and sometimes your boat gets up on the beach there and the tide starts to go out and then you're, almost thought we missed the tide and we're going to have to wait another 12 hours to push this thing, wait for the tide to come back in. But it was meant to be this way. And there are folks in the other sessions ready to get rolling pretty soon here. But I wanted to, along with Sarah and I, very just quickly close just with a few comments for this session. And to my opening word wasn't my word. It was our word. It was the Kuleana. Kuleana, that's the one that we're capturing here. And Nainoa took us to a different spot collectively now. Now it's Kuleana, you know, as a guy who grew up from East River, Dry Bay, up to Yakutat Bay, up to Icy Bay on that coast, and you guys been on that coast a little bit, it's the same ocean. We all know family. We all have family that did not come home. We all do. And that was tough, but it was real and you had to do it. And I know, so that was a gift to all of us, but it just reinforces the mana that's on the stage here with us today and the whole purpose, because your Kuleana as a team is the whole point of all of this, for all of you to gather here with us and to share and to get this off on our right footing, that actually that we get it, the Kuleana, what that means. The Western world is all about me, individual institutions, and success in the educational system is to leave and never go home in the Western system. But that's antithetical to us as Native people. It's we're collectivist, and it's the worst thought ever for somebody to leave and never come back home. So the whole point of all this is to ensure that we reinforce that collective identity and that we don't run from our Kuleana, and that we ensure that we're all coming home together because we're in this together. So I'm going to have Sarah close because it's been all males for the last little bit here. And Sarah is a powerful raven from the other end. I'm from Yakutat on the northern side. Sarah comes from Prince of Wales, and you already got safely out of Yakutat, but you still have to get through Prince of Wales to get out of Alaska. So Sarah's going to close us out here.
During the chase, Joe, and I know that you know, I was listening to what you guys were saying, and I could close my eyes and I can see my grandfathers and I could see my uncles who are all captains and skippers. And speaking about the knowledge, you know, that comes with that of understanding about what's being out on the ocean. And I always tease my husband and say, if anything happens on this land, I need to be with my dad and my brother because they know the waters and they understand what that brings to us. And the power of everything that you were sharing is, you know, the 10,000, you know, 10 million navigators that we need. We're seeing our yaks and our traditions come back to us. And at the same time, we're seeing our fishing fleets just go away. You know, generations of knowledge of being on the water is being, it's going away from us. The fishing vessels that just used to line up in our harbors are gone. And that might be commercial, but all those commercial fishermen have all that ancestral knowledge that was passed on to them before they got. So just Gwyneth Chish for standing forward and and speaking to how important it is that we continue this and that we each have a role to play in it. So I just want to thank you for your time and as our educators, right? You're our educators, and that's what our uncles and our grandpas were. They were our educators, and that's what we need to be turning to instead of these Western models. So just going to Chish for sharing and just sharing story. I can only imagine what it'd be like if you were actually in a galley with a cup of coffee or a beer. I'm sure the stories would have been so much more fruitful, but thank you all. I think Waslagi Doc has some breakouts, information about our next session. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon.
Yeah, Ganesh Chish. You guys won't be able to go very far because the next session that you're in is right here in this space. So there's going to be storytelling right here with our PO navigators and our Alaskan crew members in this space. We're gonna make some, we're gonna have some big transitions though. So we're gonna be actually putting up the wall divider here and the wall divider there. And the sessions are going to be STEAM session is over here in the to my left hand corner where Melissa is waving. And the film session is over to my right, is going to be in that corner. And everybody who wants to stay in this session over here in this space is going to be with the storytellers, all of our canoe captains and navigators and on the Alaskan and the Hawaiian side. If you're looking for the salmon and the harvesting, or not the harvesting workshop, but the preparation workshop, it's right out these doors in the parking lot here. And the next building over where you see the totem poles out there is where you're going to be for the language workshop. So for everybody who's in the language workshop, it's out these doors and it's the next building over. For everybody who wants to be a part of the Indigenous wellness conversation, you're going to go upstairs to the second floor. And then for those who are here for the Indigenous strength and then the harvesting with my mom, you're going to meet out at the parking lot to my right. So just go straight out those doors. My mom will be out there. There's also going to be another van transporting people to the Indigenous strength workshop. Okay, we're going to go till 3:30 in these workshops since we're a little bit behind. But this is an Indigenous event, so we know how to roll with it. Yeah, it was amazing. If anybody wants to help volunteer, we do need to shift some tables around in order to move those dividers in place.
Hey, folks, you see how they're trying to put these wall panels up? If you can lend a hand, that would be spectacular, because those sessions need to get started. And if you can help Barb, the Haida woman with the red hat on, if you can help her move those tables and chairs out of the way, perfect.
Hey, for anyone going to the harvesting workshop with Sandy Demert, they are going to Sandy Beach now instead of Eagle Crest. So if you know of anybody that's going there, make sure they go to Sandy Beach. Do not go to Eagle Crest.
Shamai, everybody. If you're here for the storytelling session, we're going to start in about 5 minutes. Everybody's just finishing up their lunch and then we'll come up and introduce our speakers. Liana. They go wherever they go, okay. Well, there's chairs. It's comfortable. Chamai again, everybody. Thank you, Gunesh Chi Shao for joining us for the storytelling session, again with our Po navigators and two of our Alaskan canoe navigators who are making their way up on stage. Wherever. Come on. Excellent. I'm going to hand over the mic and let everybody introduce themselves and let this storytelling begin.
Georgiana Douglas, Sinan Uijan, Diane Douglas Willard, Di Al Uijan, Sanuga Hinudi Kyung, Iskan, Gianna Willard Hinudi Kyung, Gayalis Gustuti Kolagan, Ketchikan student Ijang. So my grandmother's name was Georgiana Douglas and my mother's name is Diane Douglas Willard. My Haida name is Sanuga. My given name is Gianna Willard. My clan is How Kiwas, which is Raven, Owl, and Flicker. I'm Massa Inlet born, and I come from Ketchikan, Alaska.
Gunashish Hai Adi, Sakcha Yayahatu Sauk, Yeshna Hatsiti, Kuhitach Ayahat, Ganahadich, Klawakwan Ayahatsiti. My name in English is Yaravara, and my Tlingit name is Sakchaye. I come from the Raven Ganahadi clan from Klawak. And I'm here with One People Canoe Society. I'm one of the skippers. We're here to talk about some journey stories I hear. But I have to confess that a lot of what happens on Journey stays on Journey. So I'm not sure I can answer any of these questions.
Kia ora tātou. My name is Tua. I'm from the Cook Islands, and it's actually a real honor to be on the stage with these two here, because I've heard some of their stories and what they've achieved in this place. It's very special to be able to share the same stage as you. It's awesome.
Shorty Perlman from Hawaii, from the Big Island. I'm was on a panel before this, so I've been introduced. You probably know who I am, but I'm also very pleasure to be on the stage with these women here. Your presentation yesterday in the canoe was awesome. We learned so much about our own selves. Thank you.
Mlevele makero mai asimetromal dre in the atoll of Ulithi, Yap, Western Carolina Islands, Micronesia. I'm so humbled to be up here with these guys. Thank you.
So to get us started, can each of you tell us how you got started? Yeah, please.
Wow. So I was saying that I left home at early age at 13 years old, never been away from home. And I end up in Hawaii, never been on a plane in my life, don't know the culture, but I got there. It's like an exchange student at a preparatory school in Waimea. That's how I got in. Graduated in 78, but at that time when I was in high school, I keep hearing about Hokulea. And then I heard that one of our people from our place, Mao, has been coming up to be on this canoe. So while I'm 16, 17 years old, I keep hearing about this canoe. And then I graduated in 78, went to Honolulu, and then start, being with these gentlemen here, seeing the other side of what I've learned in the Western schools and being with the surfers and canoes. And so I got into that. And as I start getting to the Hawaiian culture, they're kind of inviting me in to their gathering. I know Shorty do a lot of wrenching on the Big Island. We do cowboy stuff and I don't know nothing, but I tried all of this stuff. But anyway, so in 82, I think that's when you guys sail into Magic Island. And that's when I was invited by Mao to come out to Nui Valley to see. And that's when I first met. And I kind of met Nainoa a little bit earlier than that, but I kind of started seeing these guys. But that's how I got into it, is Mao kind of brought me in. That's how I started.
Same question. Yeah, I was very, very privileged to be, I guess, the right place at the right time. When I first witnessed the canoe, it sailed into our harbor, and I originally had a sailboat, like pretty fast on a trimaran, and don't know how to sail it, try to stay away from hitting things in the ocean. And but the canoe came up because I was the only boat in the harbor, sailboat in the harbor. The Hokulea came up right next to my boat and dropped the anchor. And lo and behold, I was able to meet the people on board, and they invited me to come along and take a try at this. And so that's how I started. It's the wonderful people that was ready to invest in people like me would be interested. And by the way, once I found out who they were, and the hardest thing for me was to sell my boat. That was my biggest dream of my life. And then, but I had to abandon my boat and then take part of with the activities of Hokulea.
Thank you. For many young people in the Pacific, especially in the Polynesian Islands, the canoe culture was lost. I mean, we had our fishing canoes. We had our paddling canoes. We had our 6-man paddling canoes and outrigger canoes, but we didn't have voyaging canoes. And a voyaging canoe was only a dream. And so when Hokulea came to the Cook Islands, it was almost like I was revisiting my dreams of what a real voyager was all about. And then to be invited on board Hokulea and to be part of that voyaging culture was, for me, a dream come true. And I was very fortunate to be a part of that. I had black hair then. So see what happens when you go voyaging for a long time. Get salty. But it's been a real privilege to be able to do that.
Gosh, what was the question? How did we get started? Do we have time for that? In our culture, and I'm Tlingit, we believe in kind of a broad concept of Hashuka, which is sort of everything ahead of us and everything behind us, and in matrilineal reincarnation. And so our spirits come back in our children and a cycle like the salmon do. And so I couldn't tell you how I got started, but I know it was a long time ago. And I've got the ocean in my blood, and I've got the ocean in my DNA, like we were talking the other day. And when I was born in Seattle, but my mother took me down to the ocean as a newborn infant and submerged me in the water. And that was my first reintroduction to the ocean. And of course, ever since then, I've really had a draw to the water and to the ocean and to just being involved in anything coastal. And I didn't have a whole lot of connection with my tribal knowledge at the time, though, but the water always drew me. And so when I had a chance to go to college, I was accepted into many different schools across the country, but the first one that I got a notification from, actually, it was the second I got a notification from was from Hawaii Pacific University. And I didn't even open any of the rest of them. Harvard, who wants to go there? I could go to the beach. And I was interested in studying marine biology at the time. And that was right around the time that Hawaii Loa was being built down there. And so I've always had that connection, and I've just been watching that with a lot of interest. And hey, that's something from Alaska. That was, creating these partnerships and these connections back and forth even then. And so, and then coming back to Alaska, it really pushed me to ask deeper questions. I think I mentioned that yesterday. And but how we got started though with the One People Canoe Society is that we like you said, there was a lot of other activities happening and there's definitely canoes, there's people doing tours and a lot of different race type activities happening. But we really wanted something more. We wanted more journeying. We wanted more community involvement. We wanted more cooperation and collaboration between communities and bringing back more of that tradition of using our waterways as a mode of transportation back and forth to our ceremonies. And so that was really kind of one of the main reasons why we started our One People Canoe Society, was to kind of get away from that sort of competitiveness of pitting each other against each other, but in bringing people together and working more in our canoe traditions. So I guess that's kind of a good place to hand it off to Gianna.
So a little bit more about my background is my mother's a weaver and my dad is a carver and a seal hunter. Like, I should probably also be out there teaching seal carving. Seal carving. I know. Let's prepare that seal. But like my grandparents, they grew up in boarding school, and they grew up away from their home communities. And after boarding school, my grandfather, he got into the Navy, and then after that, he worked into boat building. When I was growing up, I was raised mostly by my grandparents because my parents were so busy. I remember in 1995, when the Hawaii Loa came to Ketchikan, I was 10 years old, and I just remember how striking it was and how cool it was afterwards to have culture and identity, because the whole community had gathered together and acknowledged that culture and identity were important and very cool. In 2011 was the first year that I ever joined a canoe journey, and that was my grandparents' urging. They wanted to see me do something cultural in a way that kind of tied all of the different aspects of my culture together. Like, we had the language, we had the food harvesting, we had the weaving and the carving, we had the art forms, but we didn't have a way that comprehensively put them all into a being, into a force. So my grandparents, they wanted to see me do this before they had, before their time was over. And so I joined the One People Canoe Society and became obsessed. After that, I have no more free time, no more free money. Everything goes to the canoe journeys. Unfortunately, it happens in the summertime, when everybody's earning money, and all of the gathering, all of the hunting, all of the fishing, everything happens at the same time. But I gave that all up just to go experience the canoe, to live the canoe life. I know just a couple of years ago, actually, like three or 4 years ago, we went to Hawaii to go watch the Polynesian Voyaging Society welcomed us, and they had a display there from the 1995 journey to Alaska. And I actually saw myself in a picture. On a little canoe, there was little me, 10-year-old me, holding a drum, and I had even forgotten that this had existed, that I was even there. And I saw myself in this picture just like 3 years ago, and I was like, that was my first canoe ride. That was the first time that was ever on a canoe. And I can't imagine myself without the canoeing culture. It's really saved my life and is given me a strength and a voice and the power that I've never been able to gather elsewhere, to have any other kind of expression for. It's almost difficult to put into words. Yeah, I think that's how I got started.
Well, while you still have the microphone, can you describe for us what that first canoe journey was like for you?
That first canoe journey was rough. It was hard. I was not prepared and it was not what I had expected. I was lucky. So I would call her my canoe mom, was this little Moachet lady of about 4'5", stick of dynamite, probably like mid-70s. She was an elder and she was like, no, that is not how you hold a canoe paddle. This is how you hold a canoe paddle. And she taught me everything that I needed to know about canoeing. I remember how my arms were sore and we would get to the landing spot and we'd have to set up our tents and then we would have to go sing and dance until like 3 o'clock in the morning, catch the tide at 5 a.m. And it was kind of a rude awakening almost, but I was ready for it.
Same question for you, Yarrow. What was that first canoe journey for you like?
The first couple canoe journeys for me were really frustrating because I wasn't able to go. And so I was the one on shore trying to keep track of where everybody was, trying to answer everybody's questions, trying to reassure people that their children were safe, that things were okay, that nothing was going wrong, posting pictures and posting updates and keeping track of all sorts of logistics and things because we were, of course, one of the folks that were organizing it. And so we had people on the water, we had people on land and back and forth. And so, there's this unfortunate thing of having to work and pay bills and like live and things like that really gets in the way of canoeing, promise you. And so that was kind of how my first few journeys were. And then the first time our team went down to Washington for their journey, I wasn't allowed to go. I was ready to drop everything. I was literally ready to quit my job at that point, and I wasn't allowed to go. And that really, really aggravated me. But, it really just made me want it more and really pushed me to find other ways of being involved and really kept me following along and really trying to respect the people that were doing that and trying really hard to understand in my heart why that was. I was being kept away from it. And so, it really just made me question, a lot of things about, why is it I want to go? What does it really mean? What is the purpose of that? And then the first time I actually did get to go on one of the journeys, I think it was when we paddled from Huna. And so it was only a few days and it was, I wanted it so much more. I wanted it to be longer. I wanted to paddle forever. And, it's just, you have to be in sync with the rest of the team and get everybody involved. And not everybody was ready to be there at the same level, right? And so you have to really adjust your expectations to make sure that everyone is arriving in the same place at the same time. And so I really had to learn a lot of patience for myself and just sit back and watch and pay attention and be present with just enjoying what is going on. So that's kind of how a few of my first journeys went. Yeah, was just really making me want more for sure.
Thank you. I'd like to, there's someone really powerful in the room right now. And I'd like to invite Kayulani to come forward, just to come and share your experience as an amazing navigator and one of the first female navigators on Hokulea, and how she successfully took command of this canoe that we sail on. She deserves to have a place.
Aloha mai kako. My name's Kaiulani Murphy. I come from Waimea, Hawaii Island, and I also live on Oahu. I'm not sure what Tua just said because I'm just kind of shocked to be called up here among amazing people.
And then maybe the first time we were on a journey.
Okay. Yeah, I'm among my heroes. So it's always nerve-wracking to have to talk with them next to me. But I got involved with Hokulea as a student at UH Manoa, took a class, got to work on her in dry dock when she was getting ready for her voyage to Rapa Nui in 1999, and got to be a part of that. And all of the journeys since then, and in all that time getting to meet these amazing, courageous men who started it all and continue on Papa Mau's ike and ensuring that it doesn't ever go to sleep again. And I get to I made a nice little circle. I teach the classes that I took to get involved, and really stoked that a lot of my students are, I opened the door for them to get involved the same way that my teacher did for me. So mahalo.
Okay, we want to talk about our first trip, is that,
Yeah, yes, please, Wayne, thank you for joining us too, Glenishish.
okay? It was the first journey for North Tide Canoe in 2014 was a 28-foot Western Red Cedar dugout canoe that I carved. Actually started in 2003, and then it sat for 10 years on my carving deck, and can't tell you how many times I thought I'd just cut it up because it wasn't ever going to make it. And then Chilkoot Indian Association had a Chilkoot Tribal Youth Program during the summer, and I had with a little bit of backing that I'd teach all the young people how to finish this dugout canoe. That it was a log that looked like a dugout, sorta. It was all gray, cracked, sun bleached. Yeah, I can't believe how many cracks were in the actual hull of the canoe. It was 30 feet long. I shortened it to 28 feet. And during that time, those earlier times, I learned from another boat builder the advantages of West System epoxy, which I applied to all the cracks, and the butterfly on a dugout looks like a figure 8, and the skinny part of the 8 is where the crack goes. And you put that in there, and even if the glue fails, the butterfly will hold and keep that crack from separating. There were 240 butterflies on the inside of the dugout alone. Give you an idea of the level of cracks and stuff in the dugout. And you know, up here we steam the gunnels, we open them up, and this one was going to get ready for the steaming day. And I was reading on the can of the West System, and it says, does not survive boiling water. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. We were committed to this project. I said, well, if it survived the steamings, we'll have a dugout. And we steamed it, and it did survive. It survived the steaming. We opened it up from 32 inches to 48 inches, and had a dugout canoe. And we took it back up to the carving deck, put it all together, finished it up. And my crew that we had that first year was about 25 of us. And the crew on the dugout takes six pullers plus me, the captain. And we just switched out as we went down the bay. Everybody got a chance to paddle. But we had the dugout all completed. We had the paddle class all done. Everybody had to make their own paddle. You have to commit to an alcohol and drug-free lifestyle while you're involved with North Tide and the way we were gonna go. And I remember the morning that we were gonna launch. We'd all put our hands on the gunwale of the dugout to start to go, and there was an earthquake that shook the house. So that was how that started. And then we had a circle with a word of prayer. And if you know Ains area, there's a place called Battery Point. And we made a circle and we all bowed our heads. We said, "Oh, Creator that watches over us and keeps us safe on our long journeys. Please guide us, keep us safe, and please don't let us meet a cruise ship at Battery Point, because Battery Point is a bottleneck and it really stacks up there." And we all hoo-hawed into glory. We launched the dugout and we took off and we paddled out. And we were way ahead of our support boat, and we paddled around the corner. Creator didn't hear one word we said. Coming right at us, big cruise ship, and man, that wake looks really big when you're in a dugout. And the paint on the dugout was literally still drying. We didn't practice. There was no training. There's no. And I had a mother that was sitting in front of me, and her son was 3 years old, and he was standing on the edge of the gunnel, and he was really happy, and mom was pulling and, you know, doing really good. But here's the wake, and the wake is as high as that ceiling. And I said, "Well, here we go." And we went over the first one, went over the second one, was even bigger. Went over the third one, and the bows coming out of the water, and I was hollered out really loud, "Is that all you got? We're going to Juneau." And you know, but that was my first inclination that ancestors designed and built a wonderful ocean-going watercraft that's very safe for the inside waters, because even with those big waves we rolled over, we didn't even take any water on board, you know, and the bow came down in a wave. It just shoots off like a V. And that was my introduction to the seaworthiness of the northern canoe that Jibba dug out. And now we've logged over 1,000 nautical miles on the ocean, inside waters, and counting, and we're still going. So wonderful experience.
Yeah, it's your turn too. You came up on stage, so you don't get to not talk. One story from your first journey?
Yeah, we were talking, my first journey was on Hokulea in 85, but my first journey on our own voyaging waka was in 1992 when my elder canoe builder, Hector Busby, built a double hull voyaging canoe out of our native timber in Aotearoa called Cody. And then we lashed it, and then in 1992 we sailed it to Rarotonga on its maiden voyage, navigated by Mao, and had Uncle Shorty's brother, Clay, and then Max here was one of the crew members on board, myself and Jack and the other guys. That was my first having to sail our own traditional voyaging canoe to Rarotonga in 92 and back. That was that made me proud, and that I could do that, and also was given the job of captaining the canoe there to Rarotonga and back. And it was a learning experience, even though we had sailed. I'd sailed on Hokulea on a couple of voyages. Sailing your own canoe or your own double hull canoe to Rarotonga through reopening an old ancient route of our ancestors. There was an experience in itself. Down in the ocean, down in the seas, down in Aotearoa, it's we're pretty much, Aotearoa is pretty close to Antarctica. And we get the Southern Ocean down there, which is pretty heavy, similar to up here in Alaska here. We got big ocean down there. We have very little land mass that could break that ocean. This ocean is just pretty much open. Down in that part of the Southern Ocean, there's a place called the 40 degrees. We call it the Roaring 40s. A lot of yachtsmen and a lot of sailing ships use those to sail across that part of the Pacific. And yeah, we sort of get those storms that come out of there. And when we set sail in Te Aurere in 92, we encountered that one of those storms out of the south. It really shaked us down and really made us understand how the ocean was, you know. We were young and just feeling that ocean through our canoe, and our canoe was all lash, and it gave the canoe a huge test, and even the crew itself and Mao, and with having Mao on board helped us through that first storm. And then we encountered a few more other storms on the way to Rarotonga. And then on a return voyage, Mao and Max and Clay, they had flown home, and we brought our canoe back from Rarotonga. But really, what really sealed our trust in our canoe and how Hector built the canoe and how we sailed it, it was when we were about 150 nautical miles off the North Cape of the North Island of New Zealand, and we had a storm that came through. It said it wasn't that much of a storm; it'll be through us in about 12 hours, but we ended up in the storm for 2.5 days, big seas. And to give you an idea of how big the swells were, we had an escort boat that came down, and you know, like it was a yacht. And thing about yachts and double hull canoes, one can weather the storm, one has to run the storm. And then there was one part there where we went over a swell, and the mast of the escort boat was 80 feet high. And when we went over one swell, the yacht went into a trough, and we couldn't see the top of the mast. And that was pretty scary. You know, we thought, well, you know, if we get through the storm, then, you know, we're meant to be. But and we did. We got through the storm, 2.5 days through the storm. It was pretty wild. But it really, you know, the thing about on the ocean, it really bonded us. We put our trust in our waka. That's what sealed it off. We made sure we trusted our waka. Our waka got through the storms going up to Rarotonga, and it got through this one major storm, and we realized right there and then that we put our whole trust into our waka, and then we put our trust into the technology or the way the waka was built, and how amazing how our ancestors lashed our canoes together, and how the lashing worked to keep the canoe together and also to keep it safe. So yeah, through that first voyage in 92 for our own waka, Te Aurere was the turning, and then we just, yeah, ever since then we've sailed with the waka right through to Hawaii and all the way to Easter Island with our sister waka, Ngāhira Ka Mai Tawhiti, both built out of traditional wood of Kauri, and then built by Hector. So that was a good learning, and which was, yeah, you know, here today to talk about it, how amazing our ancestors built these things, how our ancestors built these canoes, and how we can put our trust into them. So yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, Ganesh Shoa. How many journeys have you all been on? Yeah.
Journeys? Oh, myself, I've pretty much lost count. Yeah, a lot. Covered a lot of miles, and and had been through a lot of storms. Yeah, but yeah, you know, when we leave New Zealand, Aotearoa to sail, we got to sail east into the setting sun or rising sun, and it takes us further down the latitudes. But we all look forward to one day where we can just sail out and then hang a hard one and go straight up into the warm climates. Hopefully one day we'll do that instead of sailing south and getting down there to grab those winds to drive us up. But yeah, but a lot of times, and yeah, I could say about 10, 15 times, maybe more. I don't know, but yeah, few watches. Yes.
I think with North Tide Canoequan, we've done 7 journeys from Haines to Juneau for celebration and the dedication of the SHI building, and also from Huna to Juneau for a celebration, Huna to Glacier Bay, and there's a lot of journeys we've done on the Yukon River up interior, and so, and Teslin, the Hakustia, we've done a lot of journeys out on the lake, taking rides and stuff. So, and counting, you know, we're still going to water and enjoying. I like to introduce young people and old to the what it's like to actually ride in a real dugout and see the lives. There's absolutely no one that goes out there that doesn't feel that change in their lives, and you know, that's that type of lifestyle is making a comeback. I'm really glad to see it, and I want to see more people on the water that I could meet and greet, and being able to greet the Hawaiians and Haines and here in Ock Bay was just a high point of North Tide's great adventures.
Well, you know, as Tua said, you go on one trip and you go, I'll never do it again. And then I know a call and says, you're going from point A to point B. So it's kind of, you know, the elements is like Stanley's talking about. My first trip was 92, coming up from New Zealand to the Cook Island, got hit by 6 storms on the way. And you're thinking that, you know, you're looking at that movie, The Perfect Storm, or, you know, like, how are we going to make it through all of this? And then you have a master that's running around on the deck with just his underwear, and he understands everything that's going on. It gives you that confidence, you know, and telling you all the elements that's going by you. That cloud is that, you know, so you get really scared, but at the same time, that's when you're absorbing all of this that's coming to you and the stuff that you'll never forget because you're getting it through hard times, through storms and all this. So we try, since we finished the trip, we run away like, I'm done. But we get that call, and because we all believe in this journey that we're here together, that without us. And I remember one of my chiefs told me, says, it's not me and it's not you and Gu, but if it's not now, then when? So that's just what keep driving, at least myself, that, you know, in Hawaii, we have a lot of heroes, but where I come from, we don't have any heroes anymore. We're in the time of our lives that the drinking and all of that is what's more important. And that's what when I mean with this kind of group is I'm just absorbing, what can I do? I need heroes. I need heroes to pass on. And with the Hawaiians, by me, they're really helping to get that other part of the world to notice that what they have in culture is more valuable than what we believe that it's better, you know. And that's when Mao comes here. Mao wasn't supposed to go and teach because everything's secret, you know. And that's why we have a hard time trying to introduce yourself because everything's secret. And Mao opened it up. to the world. So I've tried to get away from all the sailing, but when I know a call, I'm always there, I don't have much to offer, but when that call comes. So I think I'm on several trips, but every trip I've gone with, it's awakening. It's just, being in South Africa, Mozambique, Galapagos, Easter Island, Mauritius Island, all these places you go, and the native people, that's just what the indigenous people, it's just, we have the answers. With me, coming from an island, it's only about 2 miles long, half a mile wide, about 80 people on it, and the highest part is 20 feet. Can you imagine that? We understand more about climate change than anybody. We will never leave. We're going to go underwater with our places, but that's what we're fighting for.
Actually, the first trip I remember, I was on, first Hokulea trip was, first trip to Tahiti in 1976. But I look at my first trip, is getting ready to train for that trip. Because, we just, in that era, in that time, we have, like the Indian nations, like you shared yesterday, most of it was lost. Education was to don't go the culture way. You got to go the university in whatever way, because that's all, you never get anywhere. So that was ingrained in us. So just to think that I was invited to go on a canoe so far away, thousands of miles away, and no instruments. I had no knowledge of the universe. I was just a young, kind of wandering, crazy kid at the time. I needed to get behind some kind of a training to be strong. And at the same, when I first got on board the Hokulea, it wasn't set up yet. That education actually wasn't there to answer all the questions. And then one day, we're sitting on the pier getting ready, like what John was saying, we're getting the canoe ready to go. And this car pulls up to the dock. Somebody opens the door for him. And he walks out of the car. They put down the lauhala mat, and he's in his loincloth. He sits on the ground, and he's got somebody brings him a big log, and he started these ads that we looked at yesterday with Wayne. And he started carving like this. It's like, wow, it's like a man from somewhere. It was so amazing that just his aura about him. Just the things that you knew that whatever he was doing, he was some kind of a professional master or something. He just was like a light in the darkness for me. I never even met him before. So my first voyage was actually trying to learn enough so that I can be of help in my canoe. So that was my first trip, because I had to do that before I go, otherwise I wouldn't be able to contribute. So lo and behold, I was able to, our disciplines growing up, we're come from cattle ranchers and farmers. Whenever somebody's working, you jump in there and you help. You don't have to know who it is, or whatever. So he was hacking away, and so he's working by himself. And I know he had a big log, he had to turn it. So I ran up there and I sat down next to him. He looked at me, and we never met. And so I helped him turn the log over. And then we started, he just never talked. And And then I noticed like he went right down doing a long, like how you start with a cut at the very top and work all the way down to the bottom and got to the bottom. I kind of knew that he needed to turn it. So before he turned it, I asked him, you want me to turn it? And he didn't understand me. So after I turned it, he went, oh, turn? I said, yeah, turn. He said, okay, good, turn. So that was my first communication. And then, so we started working and everything. And then when he got down to the end, I asked him if it was good. And then he looked at me, he goes, good? And I said, yeah, good. And he said, yeah, good. And, so anyway, that's how it started. It's like, come to find out, he was somebody out of the past. He was somebody like who you guys talk about. He's come down from generations of hundreds of years, thousands of years. They brought that education down to present day, and that we needed to trust that education and trust that ancient knowledge, and that that maybe we shouldn't start on our own and starting to build our own stone wheel, that we should accept and have the courage to trust our ancestors. And so that was my first lesson, to have the courage to trust, have the courage to trust the generation, your ancestral lineage. So that's where it started for me. That was my first trip. Just learning about taking us out at night and introducing us to the sky. I didn't know any stars in the sky. Oh my goodness. But to be introduced to the sky in the ancient way, with the ancient names that's not even Hawaiian. So, and then there's only so much that we could have learned there. John was there with us. He's on the first crew too. But then we took off and went to Tahiti. And just to think that, I don't know, maybe it's his first or second time to Hawaii, never been to Hawaii. And of course, never been to Tahiti. So when he was asked to do the navigation to Tahiti without instruments, never been to Tahiti. He asked me if he can do it. He says, of course I can. So that journey was, that first voyage was, it's hard to explain, like the introduction to all these new levels of thinking, to the ancient way to think, through all of these trainings to anticipate something that might happen, to where you would have to survive, anticipate things that would break or going to have to go to storms, to be introduced to that before we left. And when that happens, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. We don't want to. So that was my first voice. And from there on, it's just been what a beautiful experience for me.
For me, I mean, we've done so many voyages and crossed so many pathways, ancient pathways. We made new pathways. There's so many voyages that we can't count them anymore. But really, in saying that, I started off on one voyage and I haven't finished. Just keep going. So, how many voyages have I done? One.
You answered that already. How many voyages have you been
How
on?
many? How many? Yeah, like you, I couldn't separate them. I couldn't really count them. It's all a process of learning and continuing and pushing forward and adding to it and bringing in more people and teaching and just taking it as far as we can and living the dream, like you said. Yeah.
So for me, this one is a little bit of a difficult question, but my other job, besides being on tribal council, is a tattoo artist. And every time I go on a journey, I put a little tally on my tattoo. And so far there are 14 tallies on my tattoo, including 5 journeys in Alaska, 3 journeys in Canada, and the rest of them in Washington State.
Excellent. Ganesh Chish, everybody. I just want to look out at the audience and see if we have any questions from the audience for any of our navigators. Burning question, something you just want to know. Yeah.
Any one of you been in bad situations where you thought that you would get out of it? Real bad.
A bad situation that you didn't think you were going to get out of.
I never believed that I wouldn't get out of it, but I want to tell the story of the journey. We went from Haines to Juneau, and we camped at Sherman Point. And the next morning, it was picking up, but not bad. And we had to journey from Sherman Point to Echo Cove in Berners Bay. And we took off from Sherman, and the closer and closer we got to Berners Bay, it started picking up. And by the time we got to the northern point of the entrance to Berners Bay, it was 35 knot gusts and 5 and 6 foot rolling stacked up waves. And my crew, we were desperately trying to get into Berners Bay. We could see calm water, but we could not get to it. The wind and the current kept pushing us out, and we kept trying to paddle in. People power, all hands were trying as hard as we could, and no one backed off that day. All of us had the same goal, to try to get out of there. And I'm starting to see the southern point entrance of Berners Bay coming, and we're still outside waters. And I'm thinking, it's actually thinking of Mab Island is next. And, you know, if we can make it to Mab, we'll be okay. And by that time, my crew was seasick, and I'd passed out the emergency blankets because they were getting cold. Of course, everyone was getting very tired, and I kept rallying. Of course, I had my crew was from Yukon. That was their first introduction to the ocean waters, and there's a lot of wishing the Coast Guard was there. And I'm trying to tell them the ship is okay, because, you know, I'm keeping track of my crew, and I'm keeping track of the amount of water in the boat. And, you know, I had a lot of things going on. I'm steering so that the next wave we hit, we're going to be able to quarter it and go up it and down it, and so it won't hit us broadside. And there was a lot going on for the captain in the back. You know, I was watching all my people in the bow. They were way up there on top of me, and that's, we were holding that position. We weren't gaining, but we were holding. And lo and behold, about 15 feet off my right side, I heard this. And we looked over, and there was a humpback whale was right there. And, I mean, we could smell it every time it would brush your teeth. And it was right there, and it stayed right there. And then not even 10 seconds later, on our left side, another humpback whale came up and it stayed right there. And so I had two whales on both sides of my ship, and as the captain, uh, there's absolutely nothing I could do at that point. I said, I'm at the mercy of this, and not even 5 seconds ahead of that. After that, a third humpback whale came right off our bow. So we had 3 whales in our immediate vicinity, and it's really rough and it's white caps. And there's nothing I could do about it except rally my troops and let them keep pulling. I said, we got to keep pulling. If you want to live, we got to keep pulling. And believe it or not, those whales took the brunt of the waves in the rough water, and we were able to pull into the bay and get into safe water. And they stayed with us for about a half hour, and then poof, they were gone. But by that time, we were inside Berners Bay, and we were able to get out of the weather and into drier, calmer water. And we made it to the beach. We built a fire, and I dried all my crew out, and then we were okay, you know. So, but at no time during that experience did the actual boat fail. It just bobbed like a duck, and you know, it was us as the crew that had to reach that point where you absolutely can't give anymore, and you have to dig deeper and pull that out of you and keep pulling, because you don't want to quit out there. There are no quitters when there's a storm. You find the will to continue, and all of them that were in that experience, there's one gal, she got the whales tattooed on her shoulder from that experience. And then next year when we were going on a journey, all of them signed up again too. So that was a pretty good experience.
I actually have a couple of these stories. The first one that I want to share is when we almost didn't make it. We thought that we weren't going to make it. Was not because of adverse weather conditions. We actually had set off for a practice run, and we were just going to splash around in the harbor and then come back. But once we got out there, most of the people in my crew had never paddled before. And so when we got out there, we realized like how strong and sturdy we felt, and how confident we felt. And we didn't have any snacks and we didn't have any water. And we got the wild idea to go from our city of Ketchikan, Alaska, over to Metlakatla. And so we thought that, you know, once we get over to the island, an island where Metlakatla is, we would just go simply around the corner and go into the village of Metlakatla. But once we got around the corner, we realized that we were only about halfway to the village of Metlakatla, and that the island in our heads was a much smaller than what we had anticipated. So we called up our friends in Metlakatla, and we were like, hey, you know, we're gonna be there. We're on our way. We weren't planning on it. We weren't prepared for it, but we were almost there. And then we got some weird tides that were kind of pulling us backwards and forwards. And so it took us a really long time to get to Metlakatla village. And once we arrived there, they had a huge welcoming ceremony for us. The whole town showed up. They were so excited to see the canoe. They opened their clan house for us. But unfortunately, all of the stores in Metlakatla had closed. So everybody was just running to their home pantries. They're like, we have a can of beans. There's a jar of fish. Like, here's some water from the faucet. Like, is that going to be enough for you? And we sang and danced until it was nightfall, and we had so much fun. It was incredible. But then, you know, we looked at each other and we were like, we didn't plan anything. We didn't talk to each other about our plans or anything. Like, we were just like living in the moment. We're like, 3 of the people on our canoe had to work in Ketchikan the next morning. And so we were like, now what do we do? So against most of the canoe's better judgment, we loaded up the canoe in the dead of night and paddled across the water to Ketchikan. We were able to get a trailer tow to like the closest point to Ketchikan. So it was really just like a little splash across the way until we were home. But the whole time we were there, there were people on the canoe that were like, it's illegal to paddle at night. Like this is illegal. Like, what if something happens? We were lucky enough that there was like glassy, calm water. The phosphorescence in the ocean was like glowing bright neon green at us. It was like a magical moment. But in the back of our heads, we're like, the cops are our biggest threat. Like, what if they show up? What if we get in trouble for this? Why is canoeing illegal at night? Well, because, bad guys. So that was just one time that we like almost didn't make it, but we made it and it was beautiful and a magical time. But after that, we definitely plan, even if I'm just going to splash around in the harbor, I load up enough snacks for like 2 days, enough water for like 3 crews, just in case.
Oh, any other questions from the audience?
He was coming back to Penang. He just came back on a troop transport. And I think it was 23, 24 days we were out there before we hit San Diego. And all I remember is being out in the ocean. Ocean is still huge. We're, days before we saw land. And beautiful. Most of it was calm. And sun shining, but hot. We're down by the equator. Hot. Well, one day, we used to like to get to the bow of the ship. We would lean over the side. The dolphins would come in front just for miles and miles. They would like, they looked up at us, and we looked back down and then keep going, These guys, I don't know, they kept going and going. Stop. One day, I was out here by myself. I can't remember the time was like that, but when I was out there, looked way out on the horizon. Clear, warm, beautiful. I looked down, in the front of the bow of our ship, and there was a mermaid. Beautiful, beautiful lady with long red hair, looking up at me like that. It was a split second. I almost did it, but I didn't. And I don't know what. I never saw it again. I asked people about it. Nobody gave me an answer. But I saw a mermaid. Anybody ever see that?
So we know that in order for all of this knowledge to pass on, it's going to take our younger generation, right? So if you could give our young ones a piece of advice, what would it be?
It's tough, but in the end, it's worth it. And no matter what, whether you do it or you don't, the time will pass either way. And it's an experience that is, I feel like everybody should have this experience.
Well, we take a lot of youth out and it's a really powerful experience for them and for everyone. Some people, just to see the canoe on the water is life-changing. Some of them, just to see the canoe driving by on the trailer, and it's such a symbol of bringing our culture life and movement and activity and just physical wellness. And it's just, such so many different things can go into it and be involved and be transported through time and history and physical motions and also so many different things that you really have to open your mind to the possibilities and just be one with the canoe and one with the team and allowing all those things to just happen and pushing forward and taking our culture in a way that is still alive and making it their own. And it doesn't have to be done in this very strict, specific way just because that's the way someone else did it. But it has to be yours. It has to be meaningful. It has to be something that is representative of your own beliefs and your own heart. And so that's the only way it's going to survive, is if our young people take that and put their hearts into it and make it meaningful. And so we, as teachers, have that responsibility to give them the example of not being afraid to pick that up, of not being afraid to just push off from the shore and say, you know what, we're going to do this and we're going to do it whether it's raining or not. And we're going to do it whether the wind and waves and all of that are pushing back against us. But, we're going to do it in a way that is safe, and we're going to do it in a way that we all get there together. So to put aside all of the conflict and the things that distract our attention from it, but to just get in the canoe and do it. Yeah.
Thank you. You pretty much summed it all up, just about. It's the same in any culture and in any discipline is exposing what this vessel is all about, what the culture is all about, what the lifestyle of a mariner is all about. And for us, people know that we go out and we voyage the ocean. We make them aware of the sacrifices they have to make to be a part of something like this. And you end up in a society, you end up with people that always come up to you and they say, I really want to be a part of your canoe. I said, well, you're most welcome to come down to the canoe. The canoe is always there for you. But you have to come to the canoe because the canoe can't come to you. So it's creating that awareness for them to know that they're welcome to come down anytime they want. And once they come down and they touch that canoe, it is our responsibility to give them the rest. But they have to make that first step.
We've been, ever since we've been sailing, I guess, when we talk traditionally about heritage and where does it go from here, the light gets turned on to the young ones. That is our investment. And we're only going to be old for so long, and to pass it on to another old person, not the biggest help. But if we can pass it on to our kids, I remember some of the conversations we had yesterday, where the mothers would start when they're babies. I asked our masthead navigator one time to ask him about his about his wife, the mother of his children, how important she was to navigation. Because he kept on telling me, my Katrina, she knows everything about navigation. I said, wow, he says, it's because it's important, because she's a teacher and she will teach the child before it's born. Sing the songs before birth. So I also heard some stories yesterday and that's happening. People do that. So that so our education programs are always centered on the youth. Always centered on the ones that you think is it's like so throughout that process in our group, because we sailed the full island, like was said earlier, we all enrollment made our own canoes. So on our canoe, the light is always shed on the most land. It's kind of like how we're taught the master.
I always use what others have told me through the years, and I try to keep it in me and keep repeating it. One of it is you start your day with a grateful heart. Start your day with a grateful heart. Number two, there's nothing that you can't do. There's nothing that you can't do. It will always work out. And at the moment that you're ready to give up, that's when the answers come. So it's one of the things we learn through our sailing and stuff is that when it gets harder, we get stronger. We got to take it on because those are the tests they're giving us. And we believe as long as our ancestors are behind us, there's nothing that we cannot accomplish. For the young man or young woman that's growing up, that's the words that I would say.
I didn't hear the question.
If you could give some advice to our young ones to continue this tradition and knowledge, what would it be?
Stay away from the mind changers. That's not who we are. And the culture is taking care of us for thousands and thousands of years. Don't ever doubt it. The boat designed over millennia. Believe in it, trust it, because it will take care of you. Done correctly, the dugout will keep you safe on the water. But on the land, stay away from the mind changers. That's not who our people are. It doesn't belong to us. It has no place in our culture anywhere. And we have to learn to pull away from it. And by doing so, we will take care of our next generations. You know, you ask why we go to sea, why do we build these boats? It's to save the future, our future. When I work on a dugout, it takes 400 years to make a dugout because that's the average age of a tree or a stand tall that I have to use to build that boat. And then I take its life and I give it a new life and put it out to sea with all the young happy faces and the old happy faces that have been through it and they know. And I see the lives that it changes, and you can completely replace A with B by doing, stepping into the culture and believing it. So yeah, there's these opportunities were not available, you know, when I was going through my younger days. And but there are available now, so that you can see the time that's changing, and opportunities like this are becoming more and more available. But take advantage of it. And go up and say hello to them. They're all pretty nice people, and you want to get involved into some boat building. You know, may your path find. Oh, come on up. My name is Wayne, and if you want to talk about some boat building, I know how to do that. So and 100% rely on the culture that got us here in the first place. And it'll take us take care of us and as we go into the future.
Good, what advice I can give to the young is be proud. You know, our young people walk in a real, they're on a voyage of their own, but it's giving them those tools to sail that voyage. And especially for young, they, like I said one time, is for our young down in Aotearoa, they step in, they're walking in two worlds, the Pākehā world and their world, but some of them can't because they've got no connection to their culture. And to me, it's like teaching them the voyaging of our ancestors, is giving them those tools and making them proud of who they are and that they're amazing. And being there, not talking down to them, but standing by their side and supporting them. And there's a saying that my uncle used to say a lot is, in Māori it goes, kia u ki tō here, be strong to your ties. So, kia ora.
We are getting ready to finish up, and I just wanted to say Gunesh Chish Ha'a Kayana, thank you for your time. And as we close the session, are there any parting words that you want to close with?
The one thing I just learned yesterday when we went up to the University of Alaska. I saw this little label on the window, and it said, "It's okay if you don't know, but it's not okay if you don't try." And that's beautiful words. And it's so, you know, if you can pass that on to the kids, it says it's okay if you don't know, but it's not okay if you don't try. So that's powerful. And I'm glad I saw that. It's going to resonate with me for a long time. You showed me that.
Excellent. Anyone else as we close?
Hawa, I'm happy to have been here and share the stage with all of these wonderful, I would say, monumentous people here in this time and space, and sharing my obsession with everybody. Like, I don't get paid to canoe. This is what I spend all of my resources on. And it's really exciting to have other people be excited about what I'm excited about. And I'm really thankful to have been able to share some of my stories and just a little insight on what it's like to paddle and be obsessed with canoeing. How
We've been talking a lot about just connections and collaboration and shorelines and currents and youth and education. And is that Gavin? Why don't you come up here, Gavin? Hakude. This young man has paddled with us since he was just little itty bitty. And I'd like to give him a chance to come up and share a few thoughts of sitting here listening, and he's been very attentive. And I really want to say how proud I am of this young man. He's a tough paddler. He's going to join our journey this year, right? Going to journey with us, right?
Yeah. Hi. I liked it. It was fun. Like, I remember, I think my parents told me that they took me to go paddling when I was just a baby. Yeah.
Guys up here talking to us about canoeing and paddling around.
It's just,
Want to go?
yeah.
This is our future right here. Show them your guns. Rattling muscles. Thanks, Gavin. I'm really sorry to put you on the spot. Gavin is from Cake. His mother is Koshkikwan? What clan is your mom? Raven Frog, yeah, And his father is Wilbur Brown, who is from Sitka? Okay, well, they're both Kik. Yeah. Chish, Gavin.
All right, Ganashish, everybody. Klayana. We've got more sessions getting ready to start here in a few minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the next session in here is dancing. Upstairs, we're going to be talking about Pacific policy. I think I might be the only policy nerd in here, but over to our left-hand corner back here is where the adornment session is going to be. And then over here in the right-hand corner, my right-hand corner behind this is going to be the creative arts. Outside, they'll continue with the food prep, salmon, seal, and deer. And then through, like past the food prep, over in the building next door is where they're going to be having stories of our ancient connections. So you've been hearing a lot of stories about recent connections with PVS, Alaskans, but this is going to be stories of our connections that are thousands of years old.
Just very loud, but it's okay. I'll get used to it, I think. I never use a mic, but he wants it for the live stream, so. Okay,
We're gonna have to call a real IT guy.
it's okay. So good afternoon, everyone. We are here today and we are on the, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yake Ikwasatini. Everyone, we're love to welcome you here tonight for this another portion of our gathering with our guests from other lands. And we're so excited that we could continue this celebration and ceremonies throughout this week as we gather together and to learn with each other. Kusin yohatua sau suka adi ayahat kagwantan yadi yechetach. My Tlingit name is Kusin. My English name is Jackie Peda, and I am your moderator tonight. Thank you, Ganeshjish. I'm excited to be able to be here with you as we celebrate. We have a good program, and we want to thank the Central Council, Tlingit Haida Central Council, for the use of this hall, and of course for the food that we will be eating here this evening. As we begin today, I'd like to start with giving an opening prayer, and then we will go to the land acknowledgement. And then after that, we will proceed to the food lines. And let me just explain a little bit about how that's going to work before we get all excited and jump into lines. We would like to have the elders who would like to line up go first. Those elders who need assistance, feel free to raise your hand. We have some volunteers, some wonderful youth that have volunteered that they would like to help serve you. So feel free, raise your hand, and the youth will serve you. And then everybody else can go after the elders. And once we get all served for our food, then we start to eat, then we'll begin the program when it seems appropriate. The other thing, I had a couple announcements that I wanted to make. The first one is that on the program, those are in the booklet, the printed booklet, the Pacific guests who are confirmed for the catamaran tomorrow morning, that's being sponsored by Douglas Indian Association. You need to be at the Seadrome at 7:30, not at 8 as printed in the program. It will be leaving at 8, so be there at 7:30. And the second announcement I have is the Tlingit and Haida has swag in the hallway. So make sure that you check it out, get your t-shirts and other goodies. And so those are the announcements that I have for this evening. And I'd like us all now to, if we could rise and say an opening prayer for tonight's events. Hashaganya, the Kiankau, Hashagun, Hashaka, Gunashchish, Yayi, Yagiyi, Hayakusti, Haji Yiti, Haduyaki, Jisatan, Hashaguni, Hadaslusini, Hatuye Nagati, Ushin ye janaktu ne yid. Ushchede kunachtus ach. Ya yidat ya tlaki kat wutu adi a uhan ha. Tuwu sagu wutu sagugu. Ade ya tlaki kahas ku satiyen yihashaguni has wush you ach yadas lakaad
Gunashish, Hain Inasti, Neste, Yanagudi, Intli, Yanagudi, Gunashish, Hoho, Hashagania. Thank you. I want to thank you all for bearing with me. Many of us are working hard to learn our language and to be able to practice saying it. And I appreciate the opportunities that you give us to be able to share our words in our own language. I would like now to welcome and bring to the podium Fran Houston. Fran is the spokesperson for the CNAD, and she'll give the land acknowledgement.
Good evening. Good evening. All right, there we go. Before I do the land acknowledgement, I would like to have the young lady that put this headpiece on my head, and I received it as a gift just a few minutes ago. May she stand so everybody can see her. There she is. There she is. A beautiful young lady that gifted me this headpiece. I'll treasure it. The land acknowledgement. I am of the Raven Moiety, dog salmon, from the Yuktahit. Born and raised here in Juneau. Tlingit name is Sekuni. That name was given to me shortly after I was born. And my English name is Frances Houston. I was born and raised here as my ancestors. We've been here for hundreds and hundreds of years. We were the first settlers of this area. And when I say that we migrated from here, and others that came into our area, some had married into. And our opposite is Wishkitan. And the one that is really close related to our opposite is Naomi and her family, Michelson, and she's sitting right here. There are opposites. I'd like to state that the area of the Yuktahitans is from Berners Bay all the way down to the end of Seymour Canal. All of Douglas, all of Juneau, and a small portion of Admiralty Island. I was assigned as the Yuktahita Kwan tribal spokesperson by my mother, Rosa Miller. So I follow her footsteps as I do with my grandmother, Bessie Posaya, who was at that time the matriarch back in her days. So it is an honor to be here with the land acknowledgement to all of you. I also want to state where we're at right now, where this building is. This was the last village that we settled, and then we ventured on, moved in different areas. But from what I understand, we moved 4 times. We had to move 4 times. But the village right here, I also wanted to explain that a few years back, got a phone call from the city and borough. And to my surprise, that what the city wanted to do was change the district name from Willoughby District to Auk Village District. This is what they wanted to. We didn't ask for it. They did it. So that has been changed. So all of this area right here is Auk Village District. Sheesh. I wanted to share that. And I also wanted to state that our family that has come from Hawaii, I have so many new nieces and beautiful nieces, and I have handsome nephews, and I've been called grandma. What an honor. Wow, so much love that I have experienced within these last few days is wonderful. It leaves a little lump right here. I also wanted to state that the song that was gifted to the Occoquan from the Hawaiians that was composed. What a beautiful song. And I also have it in a frame on the words that was gifted to us. I was trying to keep from crying, but you know what? I had to be strong, but it was hard. But it was a beautiful, beautiful song. And what can I say? What a beautiful gift. And I'm just so happy to see everyone here. I really am. I see all the beautiful smiles. And, you know, everyone is happy. These last few days, also, lots of energy. Lots of beautiful energy in here. We're having fun. We're enjoying each other's company. We walk into the building, open arms. What more can a person ask for? Everybody's doing that. It's great. So thank you so much for Sea Alaska asking me to come forth and do a land acknowledgement. And enjoy your evening, all of you. Enjoy your evening. Lots of love to all of you. Gonna sheesh.
And I would now like to invite James Jack, representing my grandfather's people, the Wishkitan, to do the in-laws of the Hlineni.
Aloha. Aloha. Kei sunach sai llyn gitrenach wishkitan chatsiti tutsite hittach daktin tan yadi chawachat. I find myself in an awkward position when they talking about land ownership. I was told by my grandfathers, and it's also written in Sea Alaska Heritage, that Wishkitan land is right here. Our boundaries are from Berners Bay to the south end of Taku Harbor. Our clan, the Wishkitan, had 8 tribal houses in this area. And right here in the corner where the oil tank was, Nagutki, who is Lee Kedinger, inherited the name Nagutki, who was a housemaster. And just down the street a little further was the Thunderbird house that was gifted to the Wishkitan by the Thunderbird. We had the Jadechatno Kleftekat Hahitsai Hoseku. I said, please forgive me. I don't know the name of all of the houses, but I do know there was 8 houses here, 8 tribal houses. And to my knowledge, there were no other tribal houses in this area. And I would gladly be corrected if I'm stating wrong information. Here's my little grandson here from Yakutat. His name is Yuwak. He's gotten the name of Eli Hanlon Sr., who was a Wishkitan. And his little brother is sitting down there somewhere, Gaudadak there. He just raised his hand. These names come from Huna. Gaudanak was William Dick Sr., who was lovingly known as Chops. I don't claim to be a clan leader. I'm a spokesman. I'm not a clan leader. I've been taught since a very young age that this is Wishkitan land. I've been taught by my grandfather. His name was Gudeish, and his brother's name was Tsikhwa. And every opportunity they had, David McKinley also from Huna, every opportunity they had, they let us know where our traditional lands were and are. We will never own these lands outright. Only within our hearts and our minds we own these lands. We have been the stewards of this land for over 10,000 years. Our people started living in this area at Auk Lake, then moved down this way, down to this, where we are right now. I'm a strong believer that what my grandfather told us and what we heard every day from our elders, that this is Wishkitan land. And I will go to my grave believing that. I welcome you to Wishkitan land. The visitors from Hawaii, the Hokilaua, let me apologize if I mispronounce that, but we saw them all in Huna. I went to Huna just to see the canoe come in, and there was a picnic there in Huna, and I got to meet all of most of the crew members. And then the following day, there was like a potluck dinner at the high school, and there was dancing and sharing of stories, and it was a great time. And they told us that this journey started a long time ago. I don't remember the exact date, but it was way back, maybe over 30 years ago, that they started planning this journey. When they were welcomed to Huna, the Daktain town leader welcomed them ashore and said that their ancestors were there with them, coming to our shores. And I feel the same now, that our ancestors are here greeting them and greeting their ancestors as well, and welcoming them to our country, our native land, the Tlingit native lands. I want to wish them the best in their continued journey. They are going to be on this journey for approximately 4 years, and they're going to be navigating the waters of the Pacific Ocean. And we've already welcomed them with open arms, but we need to continue to pray for their safe journey from this day forward until they complete their journey and get back to their homeland. Yewa Gunachish.
Ganesh Chish, thank you. So with that, we are ready to begin our food. And as I said earlier, if we could have the elders go first. Elders who would like assistance, please raise your hand. And we have some wonderful volunteers. They're standing right there, and others, I'm sure, will join them to help feed our elders. And then after that, everybody else can go forward. Thank you. I also want to acknowledge as we're doing the food, I want to thank Sea Alaska Heritage for coordinating and putting together tonight's event, particularly Carmelita and David, Ricardo, Rosita, and others of their team that helped coordinate the event. And as you're getting your food and once you sit down, and I want you to know, please stay, don't eat and run, because we've got a program for you tonight. And there is a lot of fun, joyous sharing and singing of cultures tonight. So thank you. tie. So I'm going to start, first of all, we have a group of youth who have decided that they would like to come and share with us the Sutnahadis. So ready? Are you ready? Okay. So we're going to get started with them and then we're going to move into our official program. Okay, go ahead.
I'll do you. I'll do it. I'll just introduce myself. You can introduce yourself in a second. Yagay Sutat. How are you guys? See some lively faces in here. Guski Kwan Henach Ari Shadali Yuchat Duasauk. Slinket Henach. Ganasaji Kla Yuchat Duasauk. Flukna Hari Nachat Sati Yakatatka St. Paul Kwandach. We're gonna be singing a Flukna Hari song for you.
Skinya tla ye hatu asak yes na khatati luknach adi ayachat. This song is the Copper River entrance, or it's also known as knocking at the door in Klukwan. And so here we go.
If you guys are familiar with this song, I'm inviting you to join up and come dance with us and sing. If you guys are familiar, we'd love to have some people up here. It's a little scary.
Some more cohos.
Where are my co-hosts at? Come on.
Oh, wait. Yeah, here comes the way. Co-host. Nope. Oh, oh.
Over here, so close to the mic. Okay, I'm joining.
She knows the song, but
Okay. Joining us? Okay. Definitely a co-host. Okay.
Go.
Sorry. Thank you, guys.
That was your little vocal warm up, because we're hoping everybody joins in and sings with each other when you know the songs and mouths the words when you don't. So we'd like to, our next piece of entertainment and knowledge sharing is Fred White, and he's going to share a Raven story. Could I introduce this little girl? Sure.
My name is Kakwe, and I'm the Kagwantan from the Guchit, and I'm Plinkett name is Kakwe, and I hold a position as a cultural leader with the Kagwantan Guchit, the Yanwa Shas,
We dress up in sailor uniforms. And there's a story behind it. But I would like to introduce you to Cedar, who is our little sailor. She's going to be the next leader for the Caguantan women.
Goodness, cheese. Hey, Fred.
Hey, gonna cheese, kun gian. Ach, licht go hast look the hadi. Ach, ish has look off hadi. Zeker ken ja is kakosnik. Ja, yes, dat. Sugar kwaya, kona ik do a sak. Kona chu kwana yakat, jungle kedi. Keitletach. Ach, licht go. Het was die wat look na hadi tunach. At jaksiku. The Kunaka take to Sakati Hawaiian to Aloha. Yei Dayakaka. Then aloha to all of you Hawaiians. The travels and the time on the water, my grandparents did also. They traveled from the North Gulf, where you guys were in Yakutat, from Dry Bay and Latuya Bay, all the way down the coast, South America. Trading. So, Diakotwane, I'm very proud of you, and I'm proud to be doing this. I'm going to tell a Raven story, but Raven caught king salmon. Always ate meat, kachana, good yes. It's like a out good. At got to te. So Johan Yach the Hadi. Away a teen. You de kinach cake akchi. Ah. Raven's walking around the world, walking along the beach like he's always doing, looking for something new to happen. Or for something new that he can create. And he's getting a little hungry, stomach's growling. And he sees this king salmon out there, comes up out of the water, is finning. Who knows? Maybe he was teasing. Maybe he's just teasing king salmon. And he said to Raven, when he said to king salmon again, when he came up on top of the water, hey, this green rock saying some bad things about you. He thought you tongue he's saying some bad things about you. King Salmon didn't pay any attention. He kept going, went on up the beach. Raven quash, hey, what will good? How was there? Then they cook. How am I going to get him ashore? Told him again, yelled at him. Ja, jetzt ute. Fakidayaka. This is getting He's saying a lot of bad things about you. The hunter work up. Yan work up. Yeah, came to the beach, the king salmon. By that time, Raven already had behind him a club. The hunter will good wait. He walked up to him at the edge of the water. Dong! Yeah, right there, shower gun, right between the eyes. He drugged that king salmon up the beach. And sure enough, guess who shows up for dinner? All of his little grandchildren. Who just what's the Kayanuk, please? What's the Kayanuk? How was Lakwia? What are you up to, Grandpa?
we're kind of hungry too. You skunk cabbage, gonna go. You na say we shakan put ya at that this and there got to see. Walk over there to that mountain's edge and get some skunk cabbage. It's really good there. And we'll cook some dinner. I'll go away as you we are see darkness then. I'll go away clock to who? Yes, the got it in our cine. On the couch gun. With skunk cabbage, away king salmon. They put the king salmon in the skunk cabbage, buried it in the gravel, build a fire. Now I shall shoot I'll what is Kasani Suhata so add to the skankian. Tacos kachat yas and a skunk with skunk cabbage. Oh, Grandpa, we got skunk cabbage. What do you want us to do with it? Where should we put it? Oh, where'd you get it? Yes, yeah, good, where did you get this from? Over there where Grandma goes. Take. That's all day enough to today, yeah. So you know, Shashaki day, yeah. Okay, cut it cook to Now you guys go further, a little bit further up into this other mountain ledge there. Get some skunk cabbage from there. It's always been good for our food. Now hurry up. Akawa has what? Let's go to eat. Akawa shoot Dako Sitak on Katach. Wait, he brought the king salmon out. Took it out and started eating it. Pakwacha. Kishawe hick. He got full. Oh, 2 hour where did it adi? He heard his grandchildren coming back. And they brought him the skunk cabbage. Talk was so good, so they just wait that plane away to gin too. All he had left was the head. So he grabbed the head and stuffed it up underneath the rock. Oh, what I've got bad news, grandchildren. This big rock rolled over and fell down on a king salmon. It's ruined. We just have the head sticking out. Oh, and they're all babbling and squabbling and crying. They're all soaking wet and tired from that all-day work. There was robin, shake, magpie, tukichi ekliad, Aish blue jay. Kaiway exekenki leitacheti it's Tacos kakata say what on shoot us nuck. They're all standing around the fire trying to get warm. Robin's got too close and got her breast all red. Yewa then kawani rock shake. That's when they say at the coat was Wisconsin. That's how Robin got her red breast. She got too close to the fire trying to warm up. Blue jay magpie I'm done with this. I don't want to hear anymore. Well, yes, the kitchen cooking coat. Yes. No, you hold it right there. Stepped on his tail and he's holding him back, and Magpie's tail is growing. And he grabbed Blue Jay while he was squawking and grabbed him on top of the head, pulled his feathers up. That's how Blue Jay got his mohawk. And it's this little white bird. She's all up next to the fire, not paying attention to what's going on. She's getting soot all over her. She's wiped it on her head and under her eyes. And that's how that little bird. That's how that little white bird got the black head and the little black rings on his eyes. So that's the story of Raven and the king salmon. And there you were next. Gonna cheese. Gonna cheese to cut your hand. Jacob Kingsley, get the equator too. Just for a moment, I'd like to teach you a couple words in Tlingit. Sure, you've all heard Gunners cheese. Now hear you say it, Gunners cheese. Ich wa Gunners cheese. Ich sikan. Ich sikan. I love you all. Gunners cheese. Have a good night.
Okay, we wanted to finish that Raven story with a love song. And that was our love song to all of you guys from the Raven story from Fred. So that was the Sukahadi Diakanagudi, and that was our Raven song. The next person on the program is Barbara Fujimoto. And is Barbara in the audience? There you are. Are you ready? Okay. Just a minute intermission while she gathers her what she needs for her entertainment for tonight. Okay, she's calling for the Polynesian musicians, the Voyager musicians. What? Manipoi. Hagu. And when she's coming up, while she's getting ready, this reminds me, this is on the program, it says hula dance, okay? But I remember when I was a young girl, A&S, would have their gatherings, and all of my aunties and my grandma and many of you women in this audience today used to don the what do you call them? No, not the coconuts. Well, maybe some donned the coconuts, but most of them were with a big dress. What? the moo-moos. And they would have the flowered moo-moos. And I know that they would always have their luau night and they'd get all dressed up. And the one song I learned from that from my aunties and my grandma and my best friend, Louise Cadinger's in the audience. We used to always sing this. Ichigiha, akau klitsi. That's the only song I know in Hawaiian. But I learned it from the ANS sisters. For those of you who didn't recognize it, it was Tiny Bubbles. Oh, we also need, ooh, yeah. Yeah, we need the Kamehameha School young men. We're calling in reinforcements. Do we have any Kamehameha School young men? And right there? Okay. You're welcome to come up. More than welcome, actually. We're calling you up. Oh my God. Tell your mom. Do you want the microphone?
Aloha mai kākou, aloha. So this next mele, it takes us to the island of Maui, to a famous ranch called Ulupalakua. And you'll see some of those motions about the cowboy, the famous Paniolo from Ulupalakua. E nā nea mai.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Thank you, Barbara, for inviting our Polynesian guests to join you and merging together our cultural event tonight. So the next group we have is yes, you please can.
Mahalo. I want to mention that one of the musicians, Manu Boyd, in the blue down jacket, is a award-winning musician from Hawaii, and it's an honor to have them all with us, and never in my entire life did I ever think I would be able to dance for him. So mahalo to all of the musicians. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you. Thank you once again. So now we are going to call up the Samoa dance group. Do we have the Samoa dance group? Raise your hand if you're here. Yes. We're on number 9. Yeah, but we can reverse the order if you're not ready. Yep, yep. Okay. We're going to let them get ready, and instead we're going to call up the Hui Hula Omani dance group. Are you in the audience? They're outside getting ready? Oh, they're coming in. They heard us. How exciting. The Hui Hula Omano dance group.
You want to get up on the stage and sing by the podium? Huh?
We don't have any.
Oh, I just put it somewhere. So we're going to sing? When I could move it over there, they could move the podium here. Just move the podium to the corner.
And just stay right here, that way they get room.
Stay here.
Yeah.
We'll just stay, we'll sing loud.
Hold the mic and say as loud as you want.
Yes, still. Aloha. Kia ora. Talofa lava.
How's it?
And that too. So, kupuna, halauhula o manoa, acknowledges that we live and dance on the unceded lands of the Akwan and the Takuquan. We strive to be respectful here and are grateful for the Tlingit people's faithful stewardship of this beautiful place since time immemorial. Hi'ilave, a tale of forbidden love on Hawaii between a man of Waipio Valley and the object of his affections in the district of Puna. Go, Anne. Here we go. Hamakakai kenai ilave, Papalohi maya umai kele. Kele maya only know anybody Thank you for that lovely appreciation of the hula that we just did for you from the Kupuna Halau. My Yellow Gingerly. Hawaiian songs are usually about a beautiful place or about romance in a beautiful place. And often a beloved person is described as a lei, a garland of fragrant flowers worn around the neck, perfuming the air and filling the heart with love and with aloha. My yellow gingerly reveals her sins through the day. Enchanting moments with you makes you Pule, puli, mele, mele, ipuli, meke ala ona. O iki kamana oya oe, e kule abu. You're as lovely as can be, my yellow ginger lay. My heart is yearning for you, my yellow I ina mai anakawana kule abapuli mele mele o heno e kabu ia mai anakawana kule abapuli mele mele e o no e kabu All right, ulu palakua. It looks like the Hawaiians before us did it. So we are going to do our version. Let's ride horseback on Maui under the cold and starry skies. On the shoulders of Maui's sacred tall mountain, Haleakala, the house of the sun. There's a trail that used to bring the treasured food called ulu from one side of the island to the other. The name of the trail is breadfruit ripened on the back, ulu palakua. Hello. Ulu palakua, hey niki niki ahi ahi, kaumea oponi holo. Kaulana maine, ulu palakua, hey niki niki ahi ahi, kaumea oponi holo. I know my Papuana. I know my Ka'ulu vehi vehi o ke kai. Gathering different kinds of seaweed from food is a joyful, fun activity. Even though the sun is hot and the footing can be slippery, who can collect the tastiest morsel? As many Hawaiian songs, there is a hidden meaning in this very popular mele or song. It compares the different types of seaweed to different lovers. If you're ever attended a hula show, chances are you have heard this song. O he no ke kiahu, ke kai moana nuila, nui ke aloha e une, me ke ala o kalipo. E lipoa, i kenane, e one hi nula, vela I kala kia ke iai, mai mana o e pono ia. O ko e ka limal go, ke kai na moku e, o ia moku ala e ho, one ana I o aiane. Aina mai kapuana, ilipo me kalimu, o apili o e me kapahe, anoni me kalipalu. Aina mai kapuana, ilipo Ayo e me kapahe, anoni me kalipalu. And yes, we are going to Hana home. But this Hana ho is going to be different.
It's the good part. You guys gotta come join along.
That's right. All the Hawaiians who know how to dance papalina, please come and join us and honor us with your presence on stage. Just a few. Yeah. Would the Kamehameha students like to join us? All right. We'll just keep singing. All right. Well, thank you. Okay. That's all.
Are you guys doing? You have the mic, honey. You have to sing it. Sing. You have to sing. I play, you sing. Start over.
And again. Oh, ella, to papa, lina la hina. Oh, iala, ikahunehun, ikai. And again. Ya oela, to papalin, iala, ikahunehun, ikai. Ikola, okela, vikiana mai. Ola, wepua, oekui. Ikola, okala, vikiana mai. Oela, ahepu oyu, ako ia. Iala, mai ke po o ako niu. E ando o niu la, akapula lila lila na. Iala, mai ka o ka niu. Ikaw la, kapula lila lila. Ay, wala la. Wala la, ikaw habang yahoy. Wala la, go papal, lahi lahi. Wala la, aloha. Ah, mahalo for your aloha. So I am a transplant from New Zealand, Samoan, born and raised in New Zealand, and I am now living in Alaska. So it is my understanding that we have a contingent from New Zealand that is also part of the party. And so I would like to sing a piece of music called Ngā Waka e Whitu, and it talks about the 7 canoes. And the myth of the 7 canoes. And in this song, it says the names of all of the canoes. So if there are some New Zealanders out there that would love to join me, I would love to see you maybe stand and do the actions that come with it. Please come on stage and help us out. Ah, kia ora. Kia ora. And if you don't know, come join us anyway. Isn't that what that wonderful young gentleman in the blue coat from the Cook Island, he said today? He said, if you don't know it, that's the travesty, but not learning it is the real travesty. So now waka. Yep. All right. So we ready? 1, 2. What's the key? Ngā waka e whitu e taune, hoia rau. Now the boats. Tai nui te aroha matata. Oe hoia hoia ra. Taki timu toko maru kura hopo. E ato ara. Ngā waka nei e hoiara o tātou tūpuna. Yowei, and again, ngā waka e pitu e tau nei. Hoia hoiara. Tainui te aroha me tatua o hoia hoiara. O toko maru taki timu e nei aura. Aroe ara. Tainga e fitu e toia lai. Tate tati puna. And again. Mahalo. Gunashtish. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. I just love it how everybody's so flexible and we just join in for a good time and to enjoy each other so much. And now I'd like to call up the One Canoe Society for a moment of sharing. And then they will be followed by, just so they can be ready, they'll be followed by the Samoan dance group. I don't want to say that wrong. Kasala. Oh, did I? Yes. Thank you. Kasala Samoan dance group. They'll be followed by that, and then be followed by the Wuch'in dance group, and then our closing comments. So, One People Canoe Society.
Gunashchi, Shanyakusani. We are so excited to have all of you here. We've been following you guys' journey for years, of course, and this is fantastic. We really want to reach out and appreciate all of the Hawaiian and Polynesian and Tahitian and help me out here. How many? There were several other different groups. French Polynesian. Sorry, I can't hear you. What she said. I appreciate everyone that's here and this whole group of just mixing and mingling and exchanging cultural information and background and sharing our waterways. That's really what this is all about, is we're all on the same ocean and we're all doing the same things, and the currents push us in different directions, but we all come back together again, and we truly are all one people indeed. So we have a few special guests that we would like to invite up.
We'd like to invite up the crew that came down on the Hokulea from Haynes and Nainoa. All of you, Lahua, everybody come on up here.
While they're making their way up here, I'd like to also ask Anthony Malott and Joe Nelson to come forward, please.
He's good at saying I saved you from that. While they're making their way up here, though, I just have a question for all of you. How many of you have been in a One People Canoe Society canoe? Show your hands, show your hands. Not that many. Wow. Okay. How many of you have been to one of our paddle workshops? Yeah. So I've heard that we were doing some math calculation, which isn't our strongest thing, of course, but did we come up with almost 4,000 paddles that we've made over the last couple of years that we've been doing up and down throughout the region? And that's pretty incredible, right? And that's all about building community. It's all about trying to promote canoeing throughout each community and building up their teams and making sure that they have the tools that they need to get their teams on the water. Come on up.
Bring one to the young boy. So the One People Canoe Society has put together a little gift bag that we wanted to present to the crew as a thank you for inviting one of our One People Canoe Society members to join them on their voyage from Haines to Juneau. So Jim Zeller rode down with them, and we want to make sure we say thank you to them. The reason that we had asked Joe Nelson and Anthony Malott to come forward is we started doing paddle workshops all over Southeast Alaska back in about 2000. And in the beginning, we did everything out of pocket as volunteers. Along the way, when Sealaska found out what we were doing, they started donating the lumber so we didn't have to purchase it anymore. And then somewhere along the line, I'm not sure exactly where, they also started pitching in and helping us with our travel so it would take a little bit of expense off of what we're doing. And then also in that route on our journey, Sealaska also started joining us. They send people to represent who they are as a corporation, to work with the shareholders and make a more modern style paddle for a more traditional type journey. And there's a whole story behind that would probably take me longer than 5 minutes that they allowed for me. So I just wanted to make sure that we stand them up and acknowledge them and thank Sealaska for all of their support. And I'm sure I'm leaving something out because they support us at every turn. So if you guys could help me thank them, well, thank you. I was going to show you guys what was in the bag, but I guess it's top secret. So the tote bag has the One People logo. And then inside the bag, while you're on your journey, there's a hand towel that will clip to your belt, also with the One People logo. And just because we get so much more sunshine than you, We put a pair of sunglasses in there for you too. Now, I'm not sure how it is for you, but in our culture, you always want to keep balance. So when you present something with an eagle, you present something with a raven. So we have 12 pairs out there, 6 eagles, 6 ravens to keep balance. So you always have an even eye when you look at us. And then the last item in the bag is a pair of flip-flops, probably better as shower shoes, not on the deck. But before you walk away from the stage, we're missing Nainoa. Is he still here? If you're the last one up here, you have to sing a song, Nainoa. It's funny when we're traveling on our canoe journeys, we get started at like 4 o'clock in the morning. We start rattling tents and telling everybody, let's go, let's go. We got $1 waiting on a dime. I don't think he heard me. All right, I'll take that back.
Oh, thank you.
Now, his comment was he's not part of the crew. But, you know, without some of the people stepping out in the very beginning, when you first come up with your ideas, before it actually becomes a dream and you start doubting, you share with some of the people that are close to you. Some of them get excited, but there's naysayers that say, "Oh, that won't work. That's crazy." Have you ever heard that? You're a dreamer. That's dumb. But if it's people like Nainoa that don't let naysayers slow them down, no matter what, we charge through. So we didn't want to leave you out. We wanted to make sure you got one of these gifts. And then we're not done. For the crew, we'll have Richard hold that one. Have Richard hold that one. Hold that one so people can see it. So we put together the high visibility shirts because no matter how hard we try to be safe, no matter all the precautions we take, accidents happen. And we want you to know that you're important to us. You're important to us. And we want to know that while you're on the water, if something happens and you fall in, we'll be able to see you, we'll be able to find you easily. And then the logo on all of these pieces is not to boast about who we are. It's so that no matter what you do and what you have in your hands, you know that we're with you. We're with you on your journey.
Can we just all, this is such a special moment. I want to thank you for making this happen. But we're all here tonight and this week celebrating because these guys and gals and everybody made a journey and decided to make that dream become a reality. And it is so awesome to have you here together and for us to acknowledge you. So thank you so much for bringing them up here so we can all give them a round of applause and thank them once again.
Okay, now, Susie, you and okay, and the last item that we want to make sure that you have is the custom-made blankets with the One People logo on it. So on your journey, no matter what the weather looks like, no matter how you're feeling, when you get chilled, you know we're there to wrap our arms around you and keep you warm. And again, Ganesh Chish from the One People Canoe Society, Ganesh Chish for being here. Oh, and I forgot, Jay-Z's gonna sing a song.
He's really a good singer.
So I've been up on the Mount Roberts tram carving on a totem pole. And over the last few days, some of our visitors have been up on the mountain to visit me. And today there was a group of ladies. Are you ladies in the house? Are you here that came up on the tram today to visit? Could you just stand? Is the young man here that was up there with you? Could you send him up on the stage? Did I already share the story about a dollar waiting on a dime? I only say that because Jackie told me we only get 5 minutes. Just so you know, in case you never met him before, that's Heckle. So this young man was up on the this young man was on the tram with me today, and I teased him. He didn't back up. He didn't back down. He stood strong. And then I challenged him to carve on my totem pole. And I thought, well, maybe I better not, because he might be embarrassed and say no. And then I didn't want to make him shy. But you know what happened? He grabbed a hold of the ads and he dove right in. And I was so proud to watch him. I was just super excited to tell everybody, this young man, this is the future. This is the leadership that's up and coming. So we want to make sure we present him with a gift also. So here's your bag. Wait. Help me, son.
So that's just a little token of our appreciation for all of you for bringing all of this excitement and culture and exchange here. And we hope that we will be able to follow you guys out onto these open seas here very shortly. And we have several dreams that are taking place and lots of ideas that are being spawned from all of these interactions. And we have designs being drawn up and plans being schemed and ideas and collaborating and drawing in people from all of these different workshops that we've had. And we are working on putting together a strip canoe that I spoke with Nathan Jackson a few years ago when I was trying to put together a follow-up to the first conference that we had down in Hawaii. And at the time I was trying to get people to work together, some carvers and some other folks, and put together a canoe that was big enough to follow these folks. And big 60-foot canoe that we could actually take out in the open seas and do what they're doing. But we're not there yet, but we will be. And we've been talking about cedar bark and weaving sails and putting together the whole thing. And so you can just picture it. Close your eyes and just picture that out on the water. And we'll be there soon. But we need a space to do it. We need, we've got the boards, we've got the support, we've got the energy, we've got the interest, we've got the ideas, we've got the dreams, and we need a space to put the boat together. Well, sheesh.
Hey, this is it for real this time. So as you start off your journey, when you head south, every year, I know I talked with some of the ladies today that were on the tram. Every year down in Washington, they have the intertribal canoe journeys. And I'm not sure of the timing of your journey, but the journey for us this year down there will start at the Lummi Reservation on July 24th. And we'll be looking for you on the water. We'll have our canoes and we'll be looking for you on the water. But we won't be alone. We have 2 canoes we're taking down. We have 1 Simpson canoe and 1 Haida canoe that are going to join us down there. And we will all be watching. We'll be watching the horizon for you. We look forward to seeing you, our brothers from the Pacific. It's cheese. You ready?
Sheesh. One road at a time. Front row. Ready, exit. 24. Paddles down. Like this all. Come on down.
I think Tuesday. You guys probably back in one piece. I'm drinking about it. Thank you. Thank you. I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Nice presentation. Great. Thank you.
All right, that was awesome. So we are now ready for our, our Tusala Samoa dance group. Yay, everybody, let's welcome them to the stage.
Talofalava. So we are the Tausala Samoa dance group. And before we bring them out, I just wanted to say our old dance group was called Island Time. And so we were number 8, I think. And now I think we're 10 or 11 now. But before I go on, I wanted to introduce 2 two of our Matais, which is chief in the Samoan, in our Samoan culture. And in our Samoan culture, they are the ones that make up the decisions for the village and whatnot. But I'm going to bring up two, but we are honored in our family to have four of them. So the first two is my husband. His name is Tolu Ma'anave. He's been chief of their family from Lefanga Upolu for over 30 years. And then alongside him is the newest member of our family, Matai Ausilalo. Salilo, sorry. She's very new. We're learning her name. And her Matai comes out of Falise'ela Upolu. They bring us up in our families. They're brother and sisters. And then we have two other ones. They're also fairly new this year. We have, and I'm still learning their names, Leiato Viliamu Paama. You can come up if you guys want. And his title is from, you know, these passwords don't work. He is from Sawano Whangaloa Upolu. And then next to him is another new title, Fawono Luis Tuitele, also from Sawano Whangaloa. But also I wanted to give thanks to the land that we get to live on. We've been living here for over 30 years, and we're thankful for Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian, and if I forget the rest, I'm so sorry, the Akmu village, and Shark people, our Wishkitan. And I only say that because I was kind of I was adopted by them, so I'm just a redheaded stepchild kind of thing. So Wishkitan. So without further ado, we're gonna start our first song, and it is from the islands of Samoa. And I know we were talking about women here. So this song is actually, it's called Awoi Ayuliane. And it's one of the many talents of a Samoan woman utilizing tropical flowers such as the tewila, moso'oi, which is ilang ilang, the pua plumeria, langali, to make leis and flaunt them while dancing under the starlights. And it's so similar to the women here as we gathered the fruits of the land here, the blueberries and whatnot, and the seafood. It's the same thing that we were raised on in the islands. And I wanted to share too, one of the history that I learned in Hawaii when I was little for Hawaiiana was, the first thing I learned was the Alaskans and us, we traded trees. And it's so nice to see that we're still doing that. That history that I never thought would actually come to fruition with my grandchildren is happening. So it's really, we're honored and we're blessed. And so I'm going to stop talking so we can get the music started. Wait. Anywhere. So culturally, when we have our dances, dollar bills are being thrown at the dancers, whether you like to dance or just the way we talk about the song through our hand motions. The money usually goes to whatever the event is for. So reach down in your pockets and throw some money down just for the voyage of these guys heading out. Playing it. I'm not paying it.
The music.
Turn it up. Good job, bro. Good job. Good job. Wow. Are you guys warmed up now? So our next dancer here, Nina. It's our little taupo from the islands of Tonga. Come here. So I also wanted to stress my sister-in-law, Au Salilo, her daughter-in-law, Katie, went to Kamehameha High School on the Big Island, and I just wanted to show the little connection there. Nina, oh wait. So Nina's dance is actually a dance based on the Pacific Ocean, where the travels through it, just like the voyage of Moana Nui Akea that is taking. Nina, just by chance, I asked them, what is this song about anyway? Because it's in Tongan, and I didn't understand the words, and they told me, and I was like, oh my gosh, perfect. You gonna start it? You ready? Are you gonna just sit? Who's turning it? What is his name, Chatham? Chatham, if you're there, you can play the next song.
Nepito no fa, oh my lady. Nepito no fa, oh my lady. Oh, see, pois you faz no ar. Policía, Ola heba si saute ono tumo na oabe kane fakatu pe anete kauni so ale ne afe mahemata ipakate Ekoe afe
Thank you so much for all your love. So we have one more dance tonight, and it is also from the islands of Samoa. The song summarizes our Samoan culture. We first greet our audience or guests, then we perform the Ava ceremony, which that happened on Saturday. So our last item will be the Tawalunga, which is where the princess also dances. And it's normally our grand finale. So to conclude our performance tonight. Oh, I guess they didn't send me the memo. We got one more dance and then the Tawalunga. Oh, and their song name is Ote Mua Mua, which means we're always first. I'm glad you guys all got that. So, Chato, my friend. Yeah, that was it. Thank you, everyone. So what we're gonna do now is we'll count up all the money, and then when it's all done, we'll let you guys know our donation as a whole Ohana family, our donation to the voyage. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, I'm all confused. I guess I'm still confused. Okay, so this is the actual Tawalunga, the princess dance. So our Taupo's name is Sinira Tomonongi. She hails from Juneau, Alaska. Ready? Is it on? Her mother is actually from Juneau. She's actually dancing. And her dad is actually from Leone, Samoa. So it's kind of and then she's our granddaughter. So it's kind of an honor just to have this celebration here. And Chatham, we are ready for the last song. And usually all the teams will be dancing with her. Thank you so much. That was a whole lot of loving. So like I said earlier, we're gonna count up the money and then all the donations from all of us, and then we'll let you guys know how much was raised for the Moana Nui Akea.
Aren't you guys glad you came tonight? Let's give them another round of applause. That was just incredible. Well, before we wind down the night tonight, we're going to have our last dance group, the Wuxjiing dance group, and they're ready and waiting for us. So Lyle. Oh, they're there. I just want to make a couple of announcements because before we're getting too close, and I know we're in a mood for some good news. So tonight, the representatives of Sea Alaska, Rosita and Lee and others went to the city council meeting. That's why they weren't here at the beginning of the dinner. And the city approved the name change. So Rosita, what is it? That's what I thought. Heritage Way. So now where we have our Heritage Park, we got Heritage Way. We're reclaiming our territory. Great job. Goodness cheese.
Goodness cheese. Look at Jan. Stuga had het hier echt eerst gaan. Hoe steen had we zaak. Je stuk het aan kondig. Test as teig. Singit. Deki na. Susan. Hawaiian. Filipino. Je stuk het woes kan nog woed ja die het echt eerst gaan. Goodness cheese. Thank you for inviting us here this evening. Our dance group name is Woosh Chi'in. This name came from an elder who made a big impact in our community with our language. Our dance group name came from Richard and Nora Dauenauer. They were a huge influence in this community and in the Tlingit language community. So we cherish this name, Woosh Chi'in, because we're not made up of just Tlingit. We're Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian, Hawaiian, Filipino, and many, many other cultures. And because of that, Richard and Nora named us Woosh Chi'in. The song that we're going to enter in on is a song that my wife, Dak Kitlach, composed. It is a Kanakadi song. And we call this the Spirit Song. The way our dancers are going to enter in, They're going to imitate the clan crests of each community. This is a reminder to all those who ever feel like you're alone. You're not alone. You have your ancestors with you. This is our spirit song. Kananakan. Hucha. Hucha. This is for when you're on this journey and you feel like you're by yourselves out on that water, that our ancestors are coming together in hopes to give you the energy and the strength that you need to make this journey home safely. You are precious. This next song that we're going to sing, it belongs to the Kagwantan of Kukit Box House. This song was composed by Paul Brown. We also know this as the Kagwantan love song. So for all those who are not our cousins, get ready to dance. I also see the relatives of Paul Brown here. I invite you to dance with us as well. Catherine Mills' song. This was composed out of love and respect for his daughter, Catherine Mills. The way I was taught about this song was he composed it out of love and respect for his wife and his daughter. It's like he couldn't imagine having a daughter, but he came to her in image. She came to him in image. And his wife, who was telling her, it's like our ancestors are looking out for me to send someone like you. This is how we feel tonight. We want to continue sharing this aloha, this love with all of you. So don't be afraid to stand up and dance if you are a child of Kagwantan or child of Chukanedi, or if you just want to dance. All right, now that we're warmed up. So tonight,